All right. Great people of Nigeria and beyond. You're welcome to another episode of your favorite podcast. I want to do a quick shout out. I want to get a shout out of the way. Shout out to all my people in Abuja. Shout out to this week's shout out is going to all my people in the capital. FCT.
What's happening?
FCT.
Any context?
No, I just give him do I give context for my other shout outs?
This sounds it sounds political. Like I say the farms, you want farms, it be like when the people don't define contracts, you get it with the talk. Do you get so I don't
you say waiting.
Like, give me I want the context to this Abuja. I want context to this Abuja on. Like, what's the context? I demand the context.
This is this is the context. All my people in Abuja, shout out to you guys. This is a hip hop episode, by the way. Shout out to all the people in the FCT. This is for the capital.
I'm doing this for the capital, cause I was raised in it. Ain't by myself, I got ABJ with me. Might pull up in Sueno. Light a J quickly. Room all around town instead the hustle pay quickly. Got a night and day with me. Real niggas affiliate from Cape Town all the way down to the city gates. United's tough, hide your bluff, my eyes are shut. Everything's hard as fuck. Over here, a lot of ghetto youth hate alcohol. Who knows? And some of them Uda take tramadol. Do your thing, I ain't mad at y'all. Even if you get the same feeling as getting beat by cannonball. I got my man involved. Say fuck it, let's have a ball. Cause it's only real niggas on my catalog. They show me love from KB City to Wusset. I can feel the energy from Gwag City to Luke. They want it cause I'm practical. On it and it's tactical. I'm in the Ford Focus, bumping summer in the capital. I'm hardly ever home. I doubt you'll ever know that I'm filled up with mixed emotions that are hardly ever shown. What up? We got the areas and we got the zones. When you speak, you better watch your tone. Watch who you with when you walking alone. We surrounded by rocks and stones. This is ABJ. We got the areas and we got the zones. When you speak, you better watch your tone. And watch who you with when you walking alone. Cause we surrounded by rocks and stones. This is ABJ. Talking about the city of bright lights and green cabs. Touchdown from Giddy with night flights and gym bags. Running late for an interview, but I keep calm, knowing they're respecting my views on what I speak on. TJ urging me to keep going and talk less about the trees blowing. I'm sipping Fura with my Suya and Yauza. Damn, I love Abuja. There's hardly traffic on the road, but still I maneuver. I know clappers, I know shooters, I know scammers with computers going ham, throwing hammers at intruders. I hope we don't become a generation.
Have you been to Abuja?
That is.
Now we get Abuja now.
That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Okay, so this is gonna get Lagos. So shout out to you as well.
It's life and we live it in life. There wouldn't be an end. Stop for a session or two with Dr. Rex high. Shit is easy, promise not to knock a sweat. But I got my shoes on, cause I gotta move on. I'm sorry I can't stay in the city for too long, forgive me. We got the areas and we got the zones.
Shout out to all my people in Abuja.
When you speak, you better watch your tone. Watch who you with when you walking alone. We surrounded by rocks and stones. We got the areas and we got the zones. When you speak, you better watch your tone. And watch who you with when you walking alone. Cause we surrounded by rocks and stones. This is ABJ. We got the areas and we got the zones. When you speak, you better watch your tone. Watch who you with when you walking alone. We surrounded by rocks and stones. This is ABJ.
All right, I think we got to bring it back to Lagos. We got to bring because Steve done the squeeze face. It's Abuja where we go.
No, I fuck with Abuja. I fuck with ABJ, my IBJ people. I fuck with them.
Yeah, but we got to bring it back to Lagos. And who Surulere Korodu connection. Got to bring it back to Lagos.
Let's do it.
Shout out to all my people in Surulere.
It's satisfying classic bands, rap bands. Hitting on you, man.
Tough times don't last,
hitting on you, man.
Alright, that's all my Korodu people.
Eyes red like we jogo. Puff pass for the pain, yeah, jala.
Push on Oluwa Nishola. I told me about ni mo she ni pola.
Aye baguette pẹ̀lú VVS. Kó má jà fún bẹ́ẹ̀ dance select ní TBS. She tell me say she go live if the love no need to money. Relationship with money no day, it go later boring. It go later sour, it go later scatter. She go serve it brain fast on a bigger platter. I say that's why I pray every night and day. That I get paid so I can slay. Life show me pepper, many things I can't say. Trust me, Marie, more they take advantage. Had no choice, so I pay the price. My gay bread, me I turn to slice. All the dirty for my life, me I sanitize. Money shoe get size, better realize, better realize.
Let's go.
And I know the man feel tonight. I know man I want it tonight. On my yeah, come my people make we day tonight. Make we follow, make we all line. Everybody follow.
Welcome to Loose Talk Podcast once again. Shout out to all my people everywhere. ABJ, Lagos, Port Harcourt City. Of course, the Bronze Town, the Bronze City, Ibadan. Shout out to all my people in Ibadan as well. Shout out to all my people in Ilorin, IL Town. Shout out to you guys as well. Shout out to
Osagie,
all
stop.
my
Osagie,
What up?
Osagie, please.
What up?
Don't fortify your learning like that, please. Thank you.
See, I spent some time in Ilorin. It's always been known as IL Town.
Don't be
I'm serious.
Nihilist.
No, there are some that they've started creating of late, and which one was it I saw? And someone was like, "Nah, don't do this."
I said ASB. You guys were saying you guys were like, nah. And I'm like,
what was ASB? Asaba, ASB.
Asaba now.
I mean, back then was it always called ASB?
Yes, we've always called it ASB.
Then be proud of it. That's okay.
Oh, okay. But you guys
Yeah.
were about you guys were about to shit on it that day. Now before I said no, this has been a long time coming.
Because
You always have to.
You know, get his single. You know, get his single.
This is the concept of.
There's no pop culture stamp to it.
Sorry, IL Town gave us Tony Tetwila. IL Town gave us Earthquake.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, Terry G blew up straight out of IL Town.
For real.
Yes, Terry G and Ezio.
That's cute.
All right, so shout out to IL Town, and shout out to Asaba, shout out to all my people in Warri, shout out to, of course, the 052, all my Bini boys everywhere. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to all my people in KD, Kaduna. Shout out to all my people in J Town.
Okay.
Yeah, J Town. Which other shout out again?
I didn't want to shout out people from Kano, Bonu, because this past week they've been wild.
They've been very busy.
They've been very busy.
They've been very busy. Yeah.
Do you know the highlights?
Now then get Kano.
Do you know the highlight of this protest for me?
What?
Was seeing that man climb that
The guys on the pole, on the lights, on the
on
street
traffic lights, and the guy was just hammering. I'm like, so where do you want to sell a street? Who's going to buy?
You want to sell a street light too?
Man, why are you even doing that? Why are you destroying the traffic lights?
You don't
Why?
know.
Maybe
When people have
light.
no hope, nothing, anything goes. Right? Yeah.
Oh, wow. Because I'm like, why are you destroying it? You will still use it. Like, the people in the States will still need the
It has
traffic
nothing
lights.
to lose. Yeah, it has nothing to lose. Yeah.
Nothing to lose.
Nothing.
All right, man. Welcome to another episode. Hope you guys enjoyed the last episode. 4 hours. Woo. We got a lot of feedback from everybody when we put out the tweets on X asking people if they, enjoyed the 4 hours. And we got largely positive responses from people. I'm happy to inform you guys it will never happen again.
Thank you.
No, don't say it will never happen again.
Okay,
It will
I should
happen
never
again.
say never.
Come on now. The vibes.
Now vibes.
Yeah, the vibes or songs. The vibes.
That was a long one, but
Yeah.
everybody enjoyed it, got good feedback, and that's what we want to do here. Just open our mouth and talk and have a great conversation. Yeah, and carry you guys, throughout the week. You have to mize it. It's like I listen to some of my own podcasts too, and you look at it. There's those 1 hour ones. You just listen to those ones at the stretch. Maybe you go for like a run. And my run usually lasts like an hour. So I just knock it out in an hour. Then there are the ones you listen throughout the day. But there are some that are 3 hours. Those ones, you mice them because they have to last you 3-4 days. Like Joe Budden podcast, right? He drops episodes on they drop episodes on Wednesdays and Saturdays. So my Wednesdays will carry me till Saturday. My Saturdays will carry me till the next Wednesday. That's how I kind of mize it. And it just carries you along. So you know you always have stuff to listen to. So you guys, if it's 2 hours, you know how to mize it. Do quick 10 minutes, 15 minutes on your way to work, whether you're on the bus or you're driving or you're on the train, whatever. You quickly mize that one. When you get to work, you have annoying colleagues that you're already talking to anyways. And if you're working from home, you blend it with music. You listen to some small
That's all.
podcast.
Yeah.
You balance it with some really good music and you keep it going. And you go to Twitter and you can vent and be pissed off about some things. And then you keep it going. All right, man. Anyways, hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's alive rather. Everybody's doing good. We're pushing, see, at the end of the day, let me tell you something, man. You just gotta be alive.
Yeah. That's the
You
most
know?
important thing, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I want to do? I want to talk to people who are depressed. And not to invalidate how they feel, but maybe to share a perspective that they might not be seeing. And the perspective is very simple. I've always had those conversations with you guys. The good part is that it doesn't last forever. The bad part is that it doesn't last forever. You got to see it from it. And I feel like if you can unlock that perspective once, it stays unlocked forever. And so whatever happens, right, you are sort of like in that space where you can never be fazed by anything. You remain unfazed. Do you get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It depends on the way I understand, like it depends on the type of depression it is, right? Like for the clinical ones, the way I understand it, they don't have control sometimes even over their thoughts, like over how they feel or something like that, right?
No, I'm not even talking about if you're clinically depressed where you need medication to sort your problem.
Yeah, so
that's different. I'm just talking about
that's different from normal life. You're going through life issues and stuff
just
like
people
that.
who just say I'm depressed. You don't even know what's in the happen. You know what? Some people it's just to solve one problem.
Yeah.
It's one problem they are facing. And once you unlock that problem, bam. Oh, you're okay again. You're you're jolly and you're jumping around. So it's those people I'm talking about. But if you're clinically depressed or some people who suffer from who are bipolar, right? And they have to take medication. That's quite different. But I'm talking about you had 7 courses, last semester and you failed 2, and then you have to carry over and probably repeat a session.
Yeah.
And then you say you are depressed. Do you understand? Like, it shouldn't lead to depression. And I think there are so many high stakes, or people have created high stakes in their head and so many expectations that then lead to people worrying. And there are some simple things. There are some things as simple as birthday. My birthday is coming. How am I going to celebrate it? I'm telling you, if you know the amount of people, or my wedding, or I'm planning for my wedding, and I still don't have the money to do what I want to do, then go and do a small wedding. You and your family go to court. Once you are done, go and do a small reception somewhere and feed your close friends and family and keep it moving. Do you understand? There are like some things where people prioritize, and they need to start deprioritizing immediately. And deprioritizing those things will just lead them to a healthy lifestyle mentally.
I think I have a challenge like that, but mine is not like like I'm not depressed over things. I'm just too pessimistic.
You are worried. Right? You are just
so worried. Like I'm so paranoid.
We have conversation and I'm like, what are you worrying about?
Bro, Osagie, the height was during COVID. Like I used to wake up with panic attacks over nothing. Like, what's the world going to? Am I going to lose my job? How much savings do I have? How my kids going to? How's Denzel going to feed? like I'll just be thinking rubbish. Over what has not happened.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get?
Yeah.
And and over time, recently, I've been asking myself, like, what was the reason? Like, what did you gain from those just being overly anxious over like something that's not going to happen? Like, what did you gain from it? Because obviously the situation was really positive, more like way more positive than I even expected. Always, it has always been like that. So why do I always still stay worried? So
I don't know. You just have to unlock it.
Yeah.
I think it gets to a level of unlocking where you have to be a bit delusional about it as well.
Yeah, true.
Which is,
true.
okay, what's that can happen? Okay, I get kicked out of my house. I can't pay my rent. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
next.
yeah, true.
Okay,
true.
do I die? The ultimate is death, right?
Yeah.
The ultimate
yeah.
is, oh, I die. And even if you
Yeah.
start to look at it, you can say, oh, if I die, yeah, next. Do you understand? Like, if you unlock it to that level,
yeah,
my brother, oh, now vibes.
Now vibes. yeah.
Ayo, what do you think?
I think I understand where Steve is coming from, because I think at least I can say I've been in issues to where you overthink, and the funny thing about this thing is that you don't think of the positive outcomes. You play 1 million scenarios and they're
all of them are negative.
Doctor Strange.
yeah, Doctor Strange without the one good option coming out.
Yeah.
And in the last 4 years, it's not been easy in the world, talk less of Nigeria also. You're worrying about, oh, what do I do next? And you're even thinking about what's going to happen the next day. Not even talk less of what's going to happen in the next 4 years.
AI is after your job.
But the thing is that you have to break that cycle, or else you'll be a zombie.
It will consume you. You will enjoy the moment, right?
Yeah, you enjoy the moment. Life will pass you by.
True.
You're not going to do the things you're meant to do. You're not going to be productive. So you have to be like, fuck it. If I die, I die. Let's take it one step at a time.
Guys, do you know what I even discovered? That it even affects my job and my creativity. Just because maybe I have it like a hard task. For example, Osagie, that white report I told you about recently that we're doing with papers, right? So by the time where it was at the stage, the project was at the stage of me creating the content, the reports, putting it together, using in-house data, using NIBS data, cross-border data, like stuff like that, putting everything together. I didn't start that task for, maybe I had a timeline for 1 week. For that 1 week, for the first 2 days of that 1 week, I didn't do anything out of just panic. I'm not sure I can do it. I'm not sure I can do this thing.
Yeah.
Like, how? I don't understand. What do I know about cross-border? Like,
yeah.
Bro, then the third day, when I said, let me just do this thing, I just finished it that day.
My advice for people who like say, can I do this thing? Can I write this thing? I just tell them 2 words. Just start.
Just start it.
Just start.
You get,
What you start with, that first draft, you might not, and Ayo is probably the best person to talk, because he's written more, right?
Yeah.
Like just start. It's a lot of things that have to do with creativity now. Is just start. You know how many things are written, concept documents. You write it, you start it, you clean it up, you iterate. It
gets better.
Your first version shouldn't be the final version. Who are you?
It can be.
Are you Oppenheimer? Even those ones said, then
Oppenheimer even had doubts.
then they iterate.
Yeah.
So your first draft can never be the final draft. Your first draft should be on the cutting floor when you are done with the project.
But I want to ask Ayo a question. I've never sent Ayo something to help me look at, and he over analyzes it or over changes it. Or so Ayo, is it that it's good enough, or you just don't want to stress yourself?
No,
because if it's good enough for Ayo,
you just feel Steve is a lost cause.
No. Bro, I've seen lost causes that I cannot even touch the door. I'm like, bro, there's no point.
I know a couple of them.
Yeah. But what you said to me was okay. What I just told you was that the tone in the beginning was negative, and I changed so much. That's all. At the end of the day, trust me, I've seen writing that you're more. So even start to edit, to be like, where do I begin from? Because this person don't even sabi.
No, you get some way. You could just look you wipe like the whole shit. You just Control A backspace.
I just give the person bullet points. Just follow these bullet points, please. Do not pass these bullet points.
do not pass go. do not
pass. You see this point I put here? Just write it like
go straight to this point. Do not collect 200. Do not pass go.
I beg. At least you're not one of those. You're not one of those people that are beyond redemption. So and the article was nice now. So it was all right.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's what's up. So shout out to everybody who is battling one form of depression, whether it's on a very high level or you just need to unlock some things. Again, please seek help. There are apps that can solve this. And go to YouTube. There are a lot of videos that talk about this and try to guide you out of it. Just create ideas. A simple way to start is exercise. A simple way to start is exercise. Go on a long run, 1 hour run. Just do exercise. It kind of gives you some sort of energy. I don't know how it helps me a lot, when I want to unlock some things, or I've been overthinking something. Just go on a run. Most of my ideas come when I go on runs. I probably will call Steve or call Ayo. It's because I was on a long walk and something just, I don't know, it just makes everything fluid. So please, shout out to you guys. Anyways, man, what's happening this week? Should I tell you how my week went? The highlight of my week. Should I tell you the highlight of my week?
What was it?
What was your highlights?
All right, the highlight of my week was me saving money. I'll tell
Sending
you.
money.
Sending money.
Okay,
How can that one be the highlight of my week?
Okay.
Saving
Oh,
money.
okay. Awesome. Yeah, I'm always here for that. Yeah.
Yes. So, I use a platform in doing some upskilling, right? And they sent me an email that I had changed my card. So it was my former card that was still imputed in the account in the billing section of the website, right? So I had seen that they had charged it and it didn't go through, obviously. So I had to update. And the bill was $150. Right. So I was just like, man, it's a annual payment, annual subscription. But I was just, saying to myself, am I going to, like, how can I not pay this $150? Is there anything I can do? But obviously there was nothing. So I came to the conclusion that I had to update my card. So I went, updated the card. They didn't do the immediate charge. I think it's those ones that maybe every 12 hours cycle, they will charge the card again. So the card wasn't, which is very surprising because, most platforms, once you put the new card like this,
instant.
You just get the email, bam, bam, and you get your text message. But this thing happened. So, okay, fine. Then I just started thinking that, wait a minute, this web platform I'm using, they have an app on my phone. Can I handle the billing from my phone? Right? So I go to my phone and check. Now, because the subscription is still rolling, even though they haven't charged the card, right? They give you a grace period.
Yeah.
So I was still in the grace period. So when I went to my phone, I couldn't see any billing because, of course, I'm not yet expired. The subscription has not expired.
You have an active subscription, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't, I couldn't do anything. So you know what I did? I opened a new account via mobile just to see how it is when you don't sign up, when you don't have an active subscription. So I signed in, right? And remember, my iPhone is a Nigerian Apple account.
Of course.
Yeah. My brother, I saw the amount, 33,500. So I did the only thing a responsible person can do. I ran back to my web platform and removed my card immediately so it doesn't even charge while I was thinking, right? So as I deactivated it, my subscription now immediately ended.
Yeah.
There because it ended because no grace period again. Yeah. So okay, that's fine. Then went back to my mobile app because it's the app on the App Store. Went back there, right? Logged out of that new email, that new account I had opened, logged back into my old account and made the purchase of 33,500. Which ended up being $22 as compared to the $150 I would have paid.
Yeah.
And after doing all of that, I just said 3 words. God bless Nigeria.
Nigeria, I see useful though. At the end of the day,
these are tanking GDP. Still they do work.
Still get advantages.
Still get advantages. But that's crazy.
Coursera on web is way more expensive than Coursera on mobile, and it's the same thing. Once you activate your subscription on the mobile, you can still access it on the web.
Oh, they do Coursera on self?
Yes, now they do Coursera on.
Why you don't tell me now?
I don't know now. I don't know. So now I do Coursera zone. So I do it monthly via mobile. Then I can still access the service on web.
On web,
Yeah.
So I've done that for almost like my Apple, Spotify. Those on standard, 900, 1,000 naira. Those on standard. I'm not even joking because But I fixed the one for this platform. Then I went to the Excel I use. Right, which is like the Microsoft 360 personal.
Yeah,
I usually pay like €7 for that thing a month. Now I'm happy to tell you it's 3,700 naira.
Yay!
So I have to take advantage of being Nigerian.
You have to. Yeah.
The third world country. You can't be fleecing us like that now.
So that was.
And in Osage's case, a third world citizen, a citizen of the third world country.
Bro, my passport is green.
Exactly. So
that was the highlight of my own week. That was your week.
That's dope. What happened this week? I started watching the Olympics. Interesting. From like Wednesday. I just started watching. I just discovered it that there's no need to start looking at the time to say, what's the schedule? What time do they do sprints? Just go, they sit down there and just watch anything that comes on. It's lit. Yesterday, shooting was just lit. I was just in the shooting event and I was hyped.
Which one of the shooting? The bow and arrow or the gun?
Gun.
The long range gun or the short range gun? The short
long
gun.
range gun.
The long range gun.
I think they finished short range already.
That one went viral with the Turkish man.
That guy, that teacher.
And
and the lady with the Asian with the interesting spectacles.
The Olympics just gives you an idea of how big our world is, right? It's so interesting. Like the variety of things that's happening around the world. It makes you look at yourself, sometimes you just look irrelevant because this is the world. Like everybody just doing different things. There's fencing.
You're absolutely right.
And trust me, there's somebody there are people who cover fencing.
There are fans who cover fencing. Like I just said, there's a whole industry. There are stakeholders. Fencing is a big deal.
Associations.
Yes. Participants.
So
people that are training.
Fencing is old.
Thank you.
It's old. Yeah. So
fencing is very old. Fencing is very medieval times.
Yeah, it's very old. Yes, certainly it's from medieval times. That's true. So it was so interesting watching it. It just gives you a perspective of like how the world moves, and it's just so interesting. And the only thing I took out from that watching from since Wednesday I've been watching it, I'm like, see, the most important thing someone should do in their life is travel. If you can't travel, and it's not just my physical means, right? Travel through books, through movies, through media. You just have to be wide, like in what you consume, so that it makes your world interesting. It makes your conversation interesting. It makes you more educated. It improves your critical thinking. It's just so good. So now I went back to the advice I used to hear when I was like, growing up. Read things that don't pertain to you. Do you get? Read things that don't concern you. It's really, really very beneficial. And I just started looking at it from that perspective. And, that's just my most interesting part of the week, to be very honest.
Absolutely. The Olympics, I was watching the boat rowing, so many, different games. And people are experts in these things, right? They are experts, and you see that they're enjoying it and they are competing, and there are different countries competing. I think for like how we grew up, we were limited to a number of games, right?
Yes,
it wasn't football because those were the most popular. It wasn't football. Popular. It was
sprinting because of my introduction to Olympics was from the Nigerian success of 92 and 96. So Mary Onyali, sprinting, long jump, and it was also the sports that were popular even in Nigeria. Long jump is very popular in Nigeria. Sprinting is very popular in Nigeria. Football. Then later on, later on, we started watching basketball and stuff like that. I won't lie, this is the first time I'm just sitting down and saying, fuck it. Whatever comes on, I'll watch.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You're not curating it.
I'm not curating.
That's the best. That's the best.
It was really interesting. Really, really interesting.
Very interesting. If you look at the Olympics in general, it comes from that era as well, from the Greek-Roman era.
Greek era.
Where
Greek era.
Those were all the sports, right?
Yes.
And from time, like centuries later, it has just developed into what we have now. They've included more sports and all of that. But, it's from that whole gladiator
Then I sent something to the group this last week. I don't know if you guys read it. So initially, the Olympics was for amateur sporting guys, no professionals.
Yeah,
no professionals competed in the Olympics.
Wow.
Until gradually over. I think from like 1960s, I've been 19s. I can't remember. I have to look at the dates specifically again. But it not gradually changed, and that's why you started seeing. They even made reference to the Dream Team. No, the Jordan team now of 92.
The Dream Team now.
The Dream Team. They made mention of the Dream Team, how they changed also the perspective of professional sports. The only two association sports that still maintain that no professional in our sports is boxing and wrestling.
Wow.
This very day. Yes.
Yeah.
You must be an amateur.
Yes, you're not a pro. Yeah. You're not a pro boxer. Yeah. You can't be.
That's why Cuba is very, very, very successful with boxing. That's because in that country they're not allowed to go pro. They're not meant to bet off boxing. Yeah, you know, it's a communist country.
Oh yeah, that's
so
true.
most
That's
of them
true.
don't go pro unless they now decide to flee to America and go pro.
Yeah, and go. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's very interesting. Yeah, the Olympics, you know, many memory. We've talked about this before, but yeah, I saw. I guess we'll do a deeper dive into that later. But yeah,
Yeah.
Ayo, how was your week?
My week was good. Highlights obviously is the highlight of the country. The protest and Onyeka Onwenu. I think those were the biggest things. So it's been a chilled week. Worked indoors because our bosses did not want us to be caught in the crossfire, which was a very smart idea anyway. So yeah, that's how my own week went.
Oh, super, great stuff. I guess everybody's hell and hearty and doing well. That's the most important thing. Hope everybody else is doing well. All right, I guess we can get into today's topics. We are definitely starting with probably the biggest news of the week, you know, other than the protest, the passing of Onyeka Onwenu. I don't know what to say, man. You grow up with some people and you think some people are never going to pass away.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
You get what I mean? You grow up with some people and you feel like they're going to be part of your life for forever. They're not going anywhere. And then when they do pass, you're just like, it's a shocker, you know. I don't know how to explain it. It hits you in a different way. Especially for somebody you grew up knowing from a very young age. And the interesting thing about Onyeka is that she even stopped doing music like on a very
on a high level.
Yeah, on a high level, so to say. You know, but she remained that she gave you that homely, what do they call them? There's that thing they say, you're something home. Can't remember the word. But you're like, name? Yes, thank you. Your household name. That's what Onyeka was. You know, she was a household name. She was a mom.
Yeah.
To all of us for a very long time.
She had that look. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, you know, it was covered by everybody. She passed away at the age of 72. You know, lived a good life. Yeah. She had performed, interestingly, the night before she passed away.
No, that same night.
That same night.
Yeah, she performed
she slumped at the event.
Stella Okoli's 80th birthday.
Yeah, on July 30.
Yeah, then I think she struggled to the green room or to backstage, and that was where she collapsed, right? Because Peter Obi was saying it in his own statement that he was part of the guys, people who followed her to the hospital. Like when they rushed her to the hospital, he was there. So they rushed her to the hospital, the wedding thing, but unfortunately could not save her. She died.
So I'm just reading that she, just a few minutes before or after her performance, she sat down and drank some water and immediately collapsed. And then she was rushed to the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. She died. I mean, hey man, if you're going to go out performing.
Yeah. You
know, 72 performing at an 80-year-old's birthday. And from the footage we can watch, she was, you know, performing wealthy, and people were loving and enjoying the performance. Yeah. So even till when she passed away, she continued performing. And I guess that was like one of her first love, just making music.
Yeah.
So shout out to her, man. Shout out to her for being an amazing musician, coming from the era where she enjoyed so many eras, you know. And if you look at the footage, I have some of her records. Young, beautiful, you know, woman, makes amazing music. And continues to make amazing music from the 70s or the 70s? Yeah, the 70s.
1980s, 1981. Her first album was 1981. Yeah.
From 1981 when she dropped her first album all the way into the 2000s.
Yeah.
So
I want to ask a question. Isn't it important for us to know what led to her death?
I asked this question to a doctor friend of mine. Yeah. Even though the doctor friend of mine has made a well-educated guess or estimation of what happened, but I can't reveal it in public anyway.
Yeah, okay.
But the doctor told me that because we're in this part of the world, having an autopsy like that when you don't suspect, when it's not like murder, foul play,
You don't suspect
poisoning
foul
and stuff,
play. Yeah.
there's no point. There is no point. If this was Yankee, probably you would have done it.
Yeah,
But
because
I guess
again,
that's also if the family requests it, right?
yeah, but we don't know if the family knows and they don't want to make it public, because really in Nigeria, you don't come out to say what an old person dies of, really, or what anybody dies of, really. It's not our thing. During COVID, a lot of people died during COVID, but just
and it was COVID.
And just say it was sudden death or you have been ill for a while. Nobody really speaks about that. So I guess because of the cultural ways of doing things, we don't come out.
I was thinking about it. Dr. Neto was saying something about like a year ago or something when he was talking about we don't learn from death and how in Ireland, I think a woman died, a pregnant woman died or something. And they did an autopsy and they discovered that something led to her. That made them, the medical, that they passed a legislation that will make sure that a pregnant woman, if you come for something, you must be tested for this. You get. So I'm talking about it from a health point of view. If it's something that we'll learn from or something, you get. But maybe that's probably too much to ask for, especially in our own climate, So yeah, we'll just let it go.
Anyways, we don't want to be gloomy. We want to celebrate this woman. She's 72. She passed away. She passed away after she just performed her music. What an amazing person. What an icon.
Amazing.
Let's celebrate her. Let's celebrate her. Let's celebrate her.
Let's go.
National anthem.
This is what they should have done the national anthem to.
Everybody has a day when the sun stays away. Take heart in a new tomorrow.
See voice now. Yeah, voice.
Love between makes for a brighter day. Never need worry. Let one love set you free. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive. One love keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle just staying alive.
Song, right?
Yeah.
You're listening to this thing when you're a kid and they don't give it to you that way.
You're so happy. Next minute, you're so sad. You don't know whether to stay or get sleep. But please, make up your mind. Make up your mind. You know where I am.
My favorite Onyeka song, by the way, this one.
Oh, this is a jam.
sebuluwa bianulonu anyo bianulonu anyo na bianulonu anyo bianulonu anyo na bianulonu anyo onwera mgbe ike mmadụ.
What an artist. This is what you call a legend.
A legacy act through and through.
Legacy.
Yeah.
In a time where an artist signing to a foreign label is still news, in spite of how far Afrobeat has come. People like Onyeka, they were like on record label, foreign. She was the polygram artist, right?
Yeah.
And before she went to Benson and Hedges one time, so like these people did it at the highest level. And one thing about her too musically, there was something she did, right, that made her that contributed to her being very, very popular, because she knew how to make sounds, jump on sounds from different culture. Remember, there was one time she was doing Yoruba talking drum songs, right? Then she had this Hausa song, To Me, or whatever it is, right? Like, she knew how to jump on sounds on other cultures and regions within the country. And
very
that really made
Nigerian.
she's very pan-Nigerian, in terms of her sound. And it's very interesting. Her music career, and she has the hits records to match it to, really, really fantastic.
1982, Endless Life, the album. 1982, For the Love of You, that's the one I have the record. An album. 1984, In the Morning Light. 1986, One Love.
The big one.
One Love was 1986. That's when a lot of us that period were born. But the crazy thing, we bombed that thing in the 90s. We bombed that thing 10 years later. And that's the effect music had back then that it doesn't have now. But it does, to be honest. It does in terms of music discoverability, but not as like before. Yeah, I talked about it with like Michael Jackson's Thriller. Like Michael Jackson dropped Thriller when? When was Thriller dropped?
84, 86, I can't remember. 84.
And then 10 years later, we're still bumping Thriller. It's the same thing.
He followed us through all the birthday parties.
You get
90s.
So you listen to One Love, and if you had asked me sincerely, I would have told you One Love was probably released mid 90s.
I think early 90s.
Yeah.
No,
that's what I think. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But here it is 1984.
It's
1986 rather. Yeah. And she just 1986. Then she drops African Woman. She drops Dancing in the Sun. Oh my God.
A record.
Dancing in the Sun.
I think that's my best. Nah, Dancing in the Sun has to be my best.
You might won't touch it.
Born in mystery and masquerade. Controversy is everybody's name. People asking just who you are as you move by the stars and you live by the day, dancing in the sun. Now, you know what I'm talking about? Dancing in the sun.
Which one were you talking about, yo?
You and I. That later came back as Hollywood.
Yeah, that You and I, was it in an album?
Yes, now.
Yeah, it was an album in the 80s. Then because of
I didn't know. I always thought it was a soundtrack to that Nkemo movie.
So yeah, she later
which Nkemo movie are you guys talking about? I didn't even know this.
It's not conspiracy. It's not conspiracy.
It's conspiracy now. We'll go shave with me.
Okay, we'll go save me. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
she recorded the single for that movie.
And for the movie. That's what gave birth to that. Okay.
A lot of us now know that song.
Yeah, that is my best song.
Yes, man.
Hear those horns.
It's live. Not the computer program. Live.
How are you think sharp?
You and I will be as one. You and I will be as one. You and I. Will be as one.
You and I. Then don't forget the classic. Don't forget the classic record. Ayo, you already know who I'm talking about. When she linked up
Greatest love duet ever.
The greatest love duet when the East linked up with the Southwest before Fino linked up with Olamide.
Let me give you a backstory for that song, right? So when the 80s,
Oh yeah.
okay, so we're in the 80s, right? And the government at that time decided to control the population control, basically, because Nigerians were giving birth too much.
Let's just say that it is. We're fucking too much. Yeah, we could keep
We're
going.
working too much. Then the Nigerian Planned Parenthood Agency or whatever said, we need to create some kind of music to educate Nigerians about responsible parenting, sexual reproductive rights, family planning and all that. But family planning was big in the 80s and early 90s. And they decided to choose two icons, and that was King Sunny Ade and Onyeka Onwenu. And they created an EP of 2 songs, Choices. Choices was a track there, and this song was a track there, and this was the lead single that everybody knew at the time. Everybody could sing at the
Bro, this was my jam back then.
Yes,
As a
bro.
kid, this was my jam.
If NTA no play this song, problem did the country. Problem did the country. If they don't play this video, there was a problem in the country. Right?
No, this thing was beyond music plugging. This was like an ad.
Yeah. It was an ad,
like
but
an
the song
ad.
is too sweet.
Yeah.
And the song could stand on its own as a record on its own.
It's a beautiful song, and I love the video. I love the video where the young girl is telling the young man, "Wait for me." Then they go into the studio. Onyeka and KSA go into the studio. It's such an amazing song. It's an amazing moment as well. How many times do you see? And that's when the East links up with the Southwest. Those moments for me are very special. Olamide and Fino, like we talked about. As well. And there's one other record. Who can give me another record with the East linking up with the Southwest?
I don't know who.
Ayo, the Southwest linking up with the East. Give me another example. We've said Olamide, Fino, and Ghost Mode, and of course Connect, and
my brain.
so many records. We're giving
That's
KSA and Onyeka Onwenu. Give me one other record when the East linked up with the Southwest and they did it for the culture. Steve, where you at?
I'm trying to think.
I'm trying to think. I know it's going to be obvious, but nothing's come to my brain right now.
Nothing.
My mind is blank right now. Just play the record.
No Time Records. Hey, Wiz Boy and Nice. Collabo.
Oh,
I wouldn't have done.
Shout out to Wiz Boy.
To have my money, no be small thing, no. Brother and sister, poverty I jump on the way.
Wiz Boy had a nice run.
From Monday to Sunday, I dey on top my system. They tidy sequencing, body quack and me. Now I don't make my money from busy to busy. Only when Robio go, make you carry the go. Brother, sister, body. Don't let money for your hand, when them Osagie, money very. When them Osagie,
Nice, where you at?
Yeah, show me a
Which one is No Time Record? Was it J Martin?
No, Wiz Boy.
No, like the production.
He was producing it himself.
Now I don't make money. I dey tell money how the streets be. Okay. Before you feel ask me who I be.
Nice lost
now
his
God
voice.
don't butter my
And people were
bread.
still bumping
Now
that
you
shit.
go back my fish. If you want follow me, chop my money. Hearing wire, make you hear my story.
when them Osagie.
Shout out to Wiz Boy and Nice Osagie remix. That was my jam back then.
we don't have songs like this anymore. Have you noticed it? From
What do
like
you mean, like-
2020.
Like crossover
Songs that-
records or like very cultural songs.
Songs that really permeate Nigeria well. Like everybody knows this kind of records. That you go to the local bar, they play this kind of record.
playing, yeah.
In streets, everybody knows this kind of music. It seems with streaming now, everybody just goes for like, let's go for the upper
Should I
market.
give you a west and the east link
Collabo.
up in the?
I know the one. I know the one you're going for.
2024.
I know. Okay, Chino.
Ogechi, correct. Ogechi remix. Yeah.
Oh, I have another one. If not that one, I have another
I know
one
the
too.
one you're going for now.
Which one?
I know the one you're going for.
Which one?
Wait now. I'm trying to load it up I'm trying to load it up.
DJ, let's go.
I wanted to reply you with the music, but I know the one you're talking about. It's Davido as well.
No, it's not even Davido.
It's not Davido.
No, it's not Davido. It's not Davido
Okay.
and Hobo Smith. It's not the
Yeah,
one.
that's my record.
Yeah. This one we are going to
record.
This one we have to go to the east. The east
Before
himself.
you go to the east, let's.
Obio, badass.
Yeah, somebody else. Mr. Dempsey over. Yeah. Plenty people done the ask. Now with the Baba do the jazz. Yeah, the Baba do well for me. Now my life is done better. Not because I suffer past. Not because I pray and fast. No be your show, no be jazz. I'm watching. Daily Osinachi. I'm not Osinachi. Osinachi, I'm watching. Daily Osinachi. Mama Osinachi. Osinachi, I'm watching.
Who is it? Tell us.
When I say the east, who's been holding out the east for a decade plus?
Flavor.
And you know what? Africa's number one bad girl.
Tiwa. Oyina Tumo.
Which record? I don't know that record.
Adikachiko.
I was like, you can't.
DJ, give up your.
I'm sorry.
Pull your cord.
No vex.
See how they catch you go.
First of all, if you had just said catch it cold, which one be you where you they talk?
Oyina Tuna.
Baby, I dey catch you go. My jollof rice, oh, how you dey do today, baby mo? My tomato just see, oh, I don't dey think about you. It dey make me dey wonder because you love me so tender. Hey, yeah. But now I am darling, cause here is so boring, baby mo. For a very, very long time.
Are you sure it's 2.0?
It's 2014
No, it's Tiwa 1.0. This is the first version of Tiwa. What's the first version of Tiwa? This is Kile Love era now.
I said, baby, I dey catch you go. Yes, boy, now. I said, baby, I dey catch you go. I said, baby, I dey catch you go. Wow.
Shout out to Cross. This is what I love. Aren't we enjoying this? Aren't we enjoying this? You bigots that are listening, I know some of you listen to this podcast. Do you like what you do where you go to social media and then shit on your...
The Yoruba Igbo thing,
Yeah. Do you know
it's
the
manufactured. Thing is not organic.
It's not organic.
It's not organic.
It actually isn't organic.
It's not organic.
Let me tell you.
Because what I see on the streets, what I see on wedding venues every Saturday, what I see on the streets, it's not organic.
Steve, if somebody tweeted once that with the way you are seeing all these hates between Yoruba and Igbo online, these manufactured hates,
you
will not know that these two tribes are the ones that intermarry the most in Nigeria.
The most in the country, like in terms of
they are the ones that intermarry the most.
Yeah.
You see a 2-year-old. Her name is Ugechi Akintola. And you're like, what? You know what? Where are the two names coming from? You know that maybe Momsi's Igbo, Momsi's Yoruba, or it's that way. But now last one bigots because they have numbers and an echo chamber.
It's an echo, exactly.
They're not be saying Igbo must go.
They then weaponize it and use it to drive agendas. Yeah. And you know the funny thing is that we see some outcomes, and then in our own minds we register that the weaponized agenda works, and maybe it didn't even work.
Maybe
people didn't just vote for somebody for other reasons, and that has nothing to do with tribe.
It had not. True.
Do you understand? Yeah, and it's sad that we're seeing it happen more and more, and then we're seeing it happen from people who work in the government.
Yeah, people who should know better.
They can't even, and they don't even believe it as well. That's even the funny thing. It's not like this thing is genuine, no.
It's not. It's not genuine. It's just it's a tactics for them to remain in power. It's just
they know it works.
That works.
They know it triggers people. It works.
So,
all right, let's get back to Onyeka. We just went off a tangent, but not really.
That's what we do. Don't really. We're still in. we're still in sync. Because
It's
we're talking
also
about
the kind of life you lived and
cross,
how many things.
we're talking about the connections from east to west, right? You know, so Onyeka Onwenu and KSA did it and give us that jam, and that's why we went to start playing all those records. Yeah,
we went down the road. So in terms of music, where do you put Onyeka in terms of legend? We had that whole conversation, and she's right up there for me.
She's right up there.
She's just right up there. Like I don't even like. She's right up there. You know, that era, making that kind of music that's 10, 15, 20 years later, 30, 40 years later, she's still performing on stage, and people are, you know, getting down to it. So shout out to her.
I always felt she didn't start her Nollywood thing on time. I always believed that she would have made a fantastic actress. For example, I and Ayo, including you, I don't know if you're not involved in that conversation, but Ayo Samson were in the group one time, the pop group, were talking about like the good list of actresses, like Nigerian, like actresses.
Osagie was there.
Osagie was there.
Yeah.
And to be very honest, we came up with names, but they were not really solid. Like, I don't know how
this is I know how you want to put it, but you don't want to shit on anybody.
I don't want to shit on anybody.
I remember that conversation, and I enjoyed that conversation. We all arrived at the same point. We usually don't arrive at the same point. We usually like fight.
Exactly.
Then agree to disagree most times. But like this one, we arrived at the same point, which is most of the people we herald as great actresses were not great because of the
acts,
the acting. But every other thing that surrounded it, which is also important work.
It is. We're not downplaying it. Yeah.
It's not to be downplayed. It's also important work.
Guys that are listening, if you think we're in doubt, just watch any Nollywood movie in the 90s and watch the acting level. And you want to stab your eye that this is what we watched.
No, Ayo, to be very fair, the acting in the 90s is better than the acting in the 2000s that actually blew Nollywood.
Yes. The 90s were better.
G-Mike and the Bad Boy Cult, then the lady damsel in distress in Edo.
That was the fall.
But if you know where we're coming from the 70s and 80s, seeing what we saw in the 90s, you cry. And if you go back,
so
but at least, but I'll still manage the 90s. The 90s were way better, bro. The 2000s,
the writing and the storytelling in the 90s is still better.
No, you know why? The authenticity of the Nigerian stories. This was a period where blood money was becoming everyday thing in Nigerian society.
Intertribal marriage, women not giving birth, having the ability to give birth, widows.
What's the outcast thing in the East? Osu caste system.
Yes.
So they were taking on societal topics that were very, very, very key at that time. Now, the production might not have been stellar. We all know that, yes.
Actually, the production was okay for what it was coming out of Nigeria.
No. The cinema movies were way better than the home video movies, production-wise. Production-wise. But because the economy are falling, we understand. They had to do what they had to do. But the authenticity of the stories, my lord. You see when we crossed 2000, when there was so much money.
And do you notice that the 90s also gave us the best TV series?
Oh, yes, they gave us.
90s gave us the best TV series.
Behind the Clouds.
From 80s going into the 90s. Yeah.
From 80s going into 90s, they gave us the best 90s. TV series.
Yes.
I think one thing the home video era did was, by the time the home video era came out, right, and they were producing movies like, it was production line based, like they were producing Coca-Cola, right? That helped in terms of like spreading. I think the quantity kind of helps.
Yeah, the quantity kind of helps.
In really propagating what Nollywood was. But even in that era, the TV series weren't as popular as before. By that time, we had only maybe Palace.
And by then, it was a dying format. Nobody could really do what Checkmate did or what Fortunes did.
Okay, and also what had happened then was that the television stations went and bought the rights of South American series, which were cheaper compared
and flooded
to
the market with it. Yeah.
Yes, compared to what they were doing locally.
That's the downfall of
NTA. Yeah. There's no reason why your government-owned TV station should be buying telenovelas from South America.
That was Ben Bruce now.
No, that was before him. He started in the mid-90s. He started Rich Also Cry, Lady of the Rose, all those people. Sarah, Secret of the Sand.
Sarah was my shit though.
No, it was hot. But then they have stopped investing in local production.
Yeah.
They have stopped investing in local production. And everybody
even if they didn't invest in local production, when those guys came and said, okay, this is what it is. This is the advertising budget we're looking for. It was just cheaper to just go and buy rights say all the pharmaceuticals or whoever was advertising, hey, come and just pay on this
orange
one.
drugs. So yeah, come and do what you have to do. So it's crazy, man.
Anyways, talking about Onyeka in Nollywood, right?
Yeah, so I believe that she would have been a very formidable force in terms of.
If she had started earlier, right?
She had started earlier.
I read her book. And if you read the book, you understand. Yeah, I bought her book. I think 2 years ago. I gave it to my mom last year. And if you would appreciate her journey, because her journey was not even music or acting or any of these things. She's actually a media person through and through.
Yeah,
she's the GOAT when it comes to like that. You know, she touched on everything. She's been a journalist. She was right. She took it to levels where I think for her, she was like, okay, this is what I can do now. I think I can do this. Let me go into it. You know, she wasn't set from a very early age to say
she was not a musical star from like as a kid. Yeah,
yeah. She was discovering these things and just discovering she was good at it. Yeah, and then she did it, and you can see how she moved from being a journalist to being going
into music to
Nollywood to media to politics. You know, and all. So what an amazing woman! Like when you say somebody completes life. This is what I'm talking about, and doing everything at a high level. That's it's not mediocre, at a high level. But I get what you mean, Steve, because it would have been nice to see a young Onyeka Onwenu acting, right? Other than she, playing motherly
roles and stuff like that.
Yeah. Could we have seen a young Onyeka acting? Would she have been our bright, beautiful star?
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And that idea of just having a pop star also being like your biggest movie star. Do you get?
That's good level.
That's good level. That would have been good, like good level,
Yeah. Yeah, you're the biggest. You're one of the biggest
music stars,
and you're also like
most popular actress. Actor. Yeah.
That would have been amazing.
Yeah.
That would have been amazing. Shout out to her. Let's talking about Nollywood, right, guys? Talking about Nollywood. Have you guys ever? What's your goat music skit from an album? Nigerian music though. Which skits? There's a skit from an artist and it's called Niger Nollywood skit or something. Home video skit. It's the greatest skit ever. But what's your? Do you guys have a skit?
That's freestyle now.
I don't know too much. This thing is annoying. How can you just know everything I'm talking about,
bro? I live this shit. I'm a native. I'm not a tourist now. So
I
think I'm not gonna know what did happen. For me, my greatest skit will be the police skit on Two Faces debut album.
Yeah.
Where he later said between thief and police, you don't even know the difference.
Yeah.
Bro, it doesn't get real like that. It doesn't get real like that.
My most memorable is the Kenny Ogungbe and ID skits, Rugged Man's album. That's my most memorable.
Oh boy, stop, oh boy, stop. Come. Na police be that? No, na armed robber. Oh, you sure? Like, na police? Oh boy, na armed robber be that. Na armed robber. Boy, you just know be police be that? Oh boy, wait. Hey, oh boy. Nah, brother. You sure this day safe? Not too sure again.
That was a good one.
Pa 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 pa.
That was a good one. Yeah. Let me play the freestyle for you guys. You guys are gonna laugh. Can you hear this?
Chibuzo, get up now. Hey. Oh my God, what is this? Oh. I am finished. Oh, Chineke me. Chibuzo, get up now. Hey. Mama will cry. How can I tell Mama this? Oh, our forefathers are not on my side.
What shall I do now? I know what I will do. I will go and see Kelechi. Yes, he will know what to do. He will take me to see the Dibia. And the Dibia will... Oh, but Chibuza! Chibuza, why now? Why? But wait, let me call Kelechi first before I go. But no credit. No credit to call Kelechi. Look at myself. Can you see it now?
Oh man, that is hilarious. That's from Freestyle's album in 2007, by the way. Free at Last. Well, yeah, that, funny enough, it's a skit because that was 2000s Nollywood.
Yeah.
2000s Nollywood
now.
is one that started with the ridiculous pianos in the background.
Yes, now.
Do you understand that? What is all that?
Drama.
They could not pay for scores. So, just play something on keyboard.
But I really
You don't
like
have
to
time.
know the first person who thought, okay, you know what, let me open the organs and just play these organs while we are trying to express sorrow and grief.
And that is the problem of Nollywood. Not even Nollywood, the Nigerian film industry is poorly documented. It's not like music where we can even know this.
Around music self is poorly documented. Everything just poorly documented.
Osagie, 5 albums that came out in the 1970s or 1980s?
Yes.
Tell me 5 Nigerian films that came out in the 1970s.
Um,
Sure, two Nigerian films that came out in the 1970s.
Ogunde.
Ogunde is the director now.
What's Kola Fernando's father?
I forgot his name, sir. There's still Doro Ladipo.
Uh-huh.
Bro, it's terrible.
Yeah,
The
it
cinema,
is.
Goni era of cinema is dead. We don't know jack about it in Nigeria.
Yeah. What were the journalists doing back then? Were they documenting in okay, it's possible. No, I won't even blame them. They were probably documenting newspapers, which we don't have access to now.
Yeah, we don't have access to. So that means for our please hurry up and enter the 70s so that we can know the movies they were popular, that Nigerians were seeing in the 70s and the 60s and the 80s. Thank you.
If I want to time travel, I definitely want to go to the 70s.
Yeah, that's not a bad time in Nigeria's decade.
Yeah, 1970 to 1979, 1980. I want to experience that time.
Yeah,
I really want to experience it.
Yeah, a lot of new sounds were coming out. Nigeria had a lot of money to spend.
That's when we discovered oil.
Yeah, it was probably like our best decade so far.
The 70s, right?
Yeah, then it was post-Civil War. Fela just discovered Afrobeat. High life artists now became psychedelic rock artists.
Bro, because you can only have money. Like, there can only be money in the system for you to be discovering psychedelic rock.
Bro, Go one said, Nigeria's problem is not money. It's how to spend it.
I swear.
They now built National Theatre. They created Festac, a whole housing unit. Then they didn't know that 80s were coming, and this oil they were depending on, the prices will crash. And we got into the 80s and everything just collapsed.
Because tell me how you are making music like this if you are hungry.
Yeah.
You understand?
Those vibes.
There's food in your stomach.
Those vibes. And that time had the best nightlife in Nigeria.
You did?
Yeah.
Best nightlife in Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That period.
Yeah.
I've been telling you.
By the 80s, crime started taking place.
Yeah.
And live bands couldn't perform as free as much again.
Yeah.
All right, man. Let's talk about. Okay, so we've talked about everything about Onyeka. Well, not everything, but we've highlighted a lot of things. One thing I noticed, and Steve talked about this as well. So I noticed it, I didn't want to put it in the group because I didn't want to sound like a party pooper, right? I didn't want to sound like a negative Nancy.
You are a party pooper.
I didn't want to sound like a Debbie Downer. Am I a party pooper? Somehow, I don't think, you know why? Because I was sold out, right? So I'm still
sold out.
I was sold out. I used to be with me with the realness, right?
Yeah.
If I was sold out, I shall be made back. I shall be made back by now.
Who says you don't have a Maybach? You literally have an SUV on your background photo right now.
Oh, but now prayer points. It's prayer points.
Do you understand? So when I bring some of these things up, it not look like I'm being a Debbie Down. No,
say your own too much.
I understand what Osagie is saying.
So to keep it 100, right? We saw the outpour of emotions. We saw the tributes, and rightfully so. She deserves all of that. I think my point is when you are, and all those things that were put out should exist in the way they should exist. But I believe if you're going to put out an obituary from somebody, and I read the Guardian article. I think Eromo wrote something for the Guardian on Onyeka, and I read it as well. Obvious, beautifully written. But I think if you're going to put out an obituary and you're not covering just her music or her, venture into like Nollywood, if you're going to cover everything holistically, then I think you should report it as it is. This is not opinion. This is news and facts based. This is how to actually do proper reporting beyond what has been done. What are people talking about? I would highlight one. In 1998, I believe, when General Sani Abacha was announced that he was transitioning from being a military ruler to being a civilian ruler, right? President, and all the political parties unanimously backed him. They needed people in the media space to also add to, to lend their voice towards or to his support. Part of the people that did this were a large number of the Super Eagles.
Yeah, Kocha.
Right?
Yeah.
I think you've written something about this already, right?
There's a video, guys. You want to watch it? Everything's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube. 1 Million Man March is on YouTube. They came on stage.
Victor Waifo, Daddy Shoki, Pasuma Wonder, the biggest names in the
music. They all supported General Sani Abacha's transition into civilian role. One of the people there was also
except Femi Kuti, because he said fuck them.
Yeah, I mean, Femi said fuck them. Femi, shout out to Femi Kuti. Onyeka Onwenu was also one of those people.
Yeah,
it's there. It's history. You can't erase it. So I think when you're going to do like a full cover, and it doesn't need to be a spotlight, it doesn't know. Also include it. She was one of the people who did what?
Yeah.
Who advocated
Performed.
for the military ruler to transition into civilian rule. And whether we like it or not, it was a very dark time. And whether we like it or not, that thing she did followed her all through.
Oh, he followed a lot of all those artists. He followed them for a while, for a long time.
Yeah. He followed Onyeka all through. And it also marked sort of her transition into, politics and whatever governance, right? She held some positions. And I also saw, I also saw, I don't know the specific positions. Steve, if you can, let me know which specific positions she held in government.
I have it.
But those things were it's popular knowledge.
National Center for Human Development. Human Development. She was the director general of that agency.
And I noticed that in all the reports that I was seeing, there was no mention of that.
And I think what makes the Abacha, even before Abacha, she supported Babangida too. I think even before, what makes it significant is for the fact of who she was before those events, right?
It was like a contrast.
Yes. For example, like when she was a broadcaster in NTA, when she was like the biggest face on the NTA, she spearheaded a documentary with BBC about how this Gowon area that we're talking about how Nigeria was so rich. She did a documentary of how they squandering of riches. That was the title of the documentary, right? Which at that time was seen as like a protest against the people in power. Yes, available on YouTube. I watched it last night, right? And she did that. She was a very big advocate for Niger Delta. Like when, and this is what, like, at the height of Nigerians oil money, you're saying the way these places people are making this money from, they're suffering. She was a part of them. She, on a personal self, she even did protests, which many say. And I wanted to ask you, Osagie, because I didn't read her book. I don't know if she specifically talked about it. I believe that was what led to her slowing down in her music career, because she was sort of like media banned. Her music was somewhat media banned in a way after she fell out with NTA. She sued NTA for using her music.
Oh yes,
for royalties.
Yeah, I remember that.
For royalties and stuff like that. And they had like this huge, so she was always seen as someone who was like always fighting for the right
and advocating
for the right things, right? And only to see you have that 180 change to be supporting someone like a controversial figure like Abacha and Babangida, someone who annulled an election, right? To the military ruler who took us through the darkest times as a country, as a republic, right? It's important that we highlight these things when talking about someone, especially when they've died, right?
And it doesn't need to be done in a negative way.
No, it's a fact. You just put it there so that everybody can have a full picture and make a decision for themselves and have an opinion for themselves, right? This is not an opinion. You're just putting in facts there. And I think this thing has contributed to us, not for people. We don't hold people accountable enough, and that's why in Nigeria people tend to do things because they know that in 2-3 years everybody will forget and everybody will move on. Do you get? When we start doing these things, especially when we start doing this and start putting in proper context into like someone's legacy and start defining it well, I think it will influence other decisions to say, you know what, if I do this thing now, when people are talking about me in 10 years' time, they're going to mention it and it will sound somehow. That might sway one or two people, right? And that will also help us not to make a decision like Buhari. Do you get? Buhari was like part of everything bad in this country, from his time as a military ruler to his time as one of General Abacha's closest ally. Do you get? This is somebody we took over Africa's biggest economy and said, take. And what did he do with it? He ran it to the ground.
Let me tell you something. The media bashing Obasanjo post-presidency, the media bashing Obasanjo got, the media bashing Goodluck Jonathan got. If you add it together,
about Buhari. Nobody.
I say if you add it together, like you can't even, if you divide it by 100, a slice is not even up to what Buhari is.
Yeah. Yes, nothing. You can't see any major media person even.
It's like it just evaporated.
Thank you.
Maybe also is because the transition in power still remains with that political party. It could also be a thing. Imagine if the PDP had won, or like Peter Obi had won with LP. I'm sure the media would have
highlighted, spotlighted.
They would have spotlighted
failures of the previous government.
Okay, that might be it.
Yeah, that might be one of the reasons.
So shame on you, media.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they know if you talk. Because if they highlight Buhari's failures, it's also like an APC failure.
And another thing about the whole Onyeka Onwenu's past with Babangida Abacha was that she never was in a way apologetic about it, even in the media.
Very stone-faced. Yeah,
she was stone. Thank you. That's the word. That's a good word. I mean,
thank you.
Sorry, try.
That's our character.
Yeah, that's our character. She was stone-faced about it. I would say arrogant about it.
Yeah,
like she didn't give a fuck.
She moved on. Let me read something. A literary writer and culture writer, Roland Ihiola. Don't know if you guys know him. Follow him on social media. It says, interesting narratives about Miss Onyeka Onwenu have flooded our reading spaces since her unfortunate demise. Their history is certainly being very kind to her. She should, of course, be celebrated, but history should not be distorted in the process. I have always advocated that Nigerian news houses should maintain constantly updated obituary files of famous leaders and celebrities. It is helpful for when they pass on. Readers can then read the sum of their experiences. Onwenu was more complicated than the one-sided narrative being bandied around upon her passing. Missing is the fact of her role in supporting the likes of Babangida and Abacha, famously singing at the Abacha Million Man March to extend Abacha's ignominious military regime, presumably forever. Journalists could also interrogate her support of the Goodluck Jonathan regime at its lowest when it seemed everyone wanted him out. She was quite transactional when it came to affairs of Nigeria. Her work at the National Center for Women Development, where she was director general, was similarly controversial as this article shows. It goes on to share an article. The headline is 70 million naira bribe lands Onyeka Onwenu's aide in jail. Right? Then he continues. Goodluck Jonathan gave her that job and Buhari fired her after a bruising and abusing campaign in which he steadfastly supported Jonathan against Buhari. Buhari fired her, not even publicly kneeling before Buhari in support could save her, or in supplication could save her. I would say Onyeka was a national icon who used her considerable artistic gifts to perpetuate the status quo in Nigeria. I would not say she was ever on the side of the oppressed, not someone who wanted Abacha to reign forever. She was in the vanguard of artists and writers who learned to use their gifts to enrich themselves in a new Nigeria that had become hostage to amoral agents of extraction. For them, it would be said that they did great things for themselves, but left Nigeria worse than they met it. These things can be Googled. If your sacred role as journalist is to document the sum of what? Her existence. May she rest. I understand his points there. Basically summarizes what we just discussed.
Do you know I've not seen a mainstream media content or article capsulating all this stuff that we talked about here, like in terms of the legacy, putting it together and giving us like a real picture. I've not I just imagine us in the newsroom. This morning we'll talk about Sowore later. Would have written an article schooling Sowore. Like, those young boys were a problem though.
I also think
it's sad that we don't have anything like that.
Yeah, I also feel like if we were still in the media doing that thing, I feel we left. I think life just arranged it in a way that we left at the right time, because we'll be in trouble.
We left before the light bulb switched. Yeah, we left before the light bulb switched.
Yeah, because I know I'm not backing down.
Yeah.
Do you understand? I know the guys in the newsroom are also looking at me like, Osags. Do you understand?
Let's go. Yeah.
We can't.
Give us green lights. Give us green lights.
Are we going to back down now? Is this all you're about? And this has nothing to do with me, but the principles we had set in the newsroom.
Yeah.
Do you understand? And if we had said, okay, this is what we've set in the newsroom, this is how it's going to be, then we would have doubled down on it. So I don't know what would have happened, because I can't tell. Remember, I asked you the question one time and I said, hey, the way things are now, do you think we would have doubled down in terms of our writing? Because whether we like it or not, and I have journalist friends, and I like them to always acknowledge, and some of them do acknowledge it. There's a lot of overlooking being done now.
Yeah, a lot.
We'll just, and it's fine to admit it, because the downside, or not overlooking things will lead to problems, serious problems,
big problems, emails that you don't want to receive.
Do you understand? So before, when I used to explain to my bosses who would come into the country and understand the media landscape in Nigeria, I usually told them that there are certain countries where the problem they have are freedom of speech, right? As journalists, being able to document things. But in Nigeria, the problem we had was like equipping journalists. So there was no resources, there was no money. Now it's both things. There's still no money and resources to help journalists. But the second thing is there's no freedom of speech anymore.
Yeah.
Journalists are being picked up. Journalists are missing. Look at the FIJ journalists that they just picked up randomly.
Just picked him up randomly.
FIJ don't suffer.
Look at the report FIJ did on somebody who is allegedly smuggling goods into the country, to the point where when he didn't even smuggle the goods anymore, there was a scarcity of turkey.
Osage's favorite food meat.
Do you understand? In the whole country.
Osage's favorite protein.
I guess
when people say that thing, by the way. What protein are you having? Can you just tell me meat or something? What's protein?
No, sorry.
Protein, according to George. Protein. I want to say something I've forgotten.
Let me use this example, right? How the media cannot cover people accurately. let me use Nigeria's most famous musician, Fela Kuti, right? Fela Kuti has not been properly reported or documented by any mainstream media house in the last 20, 30 years. As brilliant as Fela is, as great as his music is or was, as bold as he was in fighting for the rights of the common man, there are parts in his life that are very, very complex and dark, which it has not been reported before. I've done a lot of research on Fela, and I know that these parts, nobody's writing about these parts. And people just go ahead with I already know what anybody's going to write about Fela. Oh, he went abroad. Instead of studying medicine, he studied music, came back, discovered
the regular stuff.
Married 27 wives, was imprisoned how many times, God knows how many times, contracted HIV/AIDS at the end of the day and died. Bro, if you've heard stories, I've interviewed people, I've watched interviews on YouTube that have mysteriously disappeared. That are no longer on YouTube for some reason.
For Fela.
Yeah, where his past wife was talking about a lot of things that were going there in Kalakuta. That's all of a sudden, I've tried all these search words possible.
It's not more there. And you didn't download the video.
I downloaded it once, I lost the USB.
Oh damn.
There was one video of Fela at Lekki Sunsplash, right? I don't know who was the cameraman. The cameraman was going to the artist area just to film a lot of people. And he went back to Fela's tent where he was. And Fela removed his dress and you could see the lesions on his skin, showing that he had HIV/AIDS. You could see the lesions there. Bro, that video has disappeared.
Damn.
Gone.
Damn.
Vanished. And the other stories I can't even say on the pod here.
Yeah.
But nobody's actually going to do that because, one, these people don't know. Two, they don't care.
They don't care. They're not saying though.
Care. There's a story I heard of KSA and Sunny Ade. They had beef at one point.
Really?
Let me even tell the story. Yeah. KSA and Shina Peters, sorry. Shina Peters, when Shina Peters was coming up, he wanted to start his own band, right? So the guy who was sponsoring him said, look, go and meet King Sunny Ade and tell him you want to sponsor your own, that you want to start your own band as a solo artist.
Was that before he was in the duo? Or be after?
That was before he was in the duo.
Okay.
That's the reason they now created the duo, I think, if memory serves me correct. So he went to meet Sunny Ade, and this was when Sunny Ade was busy. So the guy waited at Sunny Ade's office till night time. The Sunny now said, okay, who's the last person? Then I said, it's young Shino. And Shino Peter pulls up and tells him, that deal, I want to start my own band, though, just like you, want to be like you. And Sunny Ade didn't say anything. According to what Shino Peter said in the interview, this knife you used to open envelopes.
Yes, the silver one, that long. Yeah.
He said KSA had it on his desk. KSA grabbed it and said, "You are a guitarist. I'm a guitarist, right? We are both known to be very, very extravagant on stage. If you've seen KSA and Shino Peters, when they play the guitar, they don't stay in one place. They are moving everywhere. He doesn't say, I have no problem with you playing the guitar, but what should I do with you? What should I do to you when you start overdoing it? When you start playing the guitar more than me? Or when you start performing more tricks with the guitar more than me on stage?" And Shino was like, okay. Because they don't understand where they go. And Shino went back to go and tell his sponsor that, this is what KSA said. He said, okay, is that what he said? Fine. That's when they now created that band of him and that other guy.
Shino Adeyemi.
Yeah, Shino Adeyemi. Guess what? When Shino Peters blew with Ace, it was alleged that KSA told people that he would pay Shino Peters 1 million naira or one ridiculous amount at that time if Shino Peters can repeat what he has done again. If he can repeat such a wonderful album again.
Wow.
Bro, and there are so many stories from all different bands. In short, all our legends they have their problematic spots, but I don't think it's a culture for us to even start reporting stories like that in the first place. 2, people don't know. 3, the person that is writing probably started listening to music from Whiskey 2012. So who are the veteran?
They really don't know.
I honestly know. Yeah.
Like,
sorry, the name of the band is.
So what was the point about Femi Kuti? That he's not as problematic as the others, right?
No, I'm talking about Fela Kuti.
Ayo.
I was talking about Fela.
Oh no, you're saying that. I know. Before you talked about Fela, you started with Femi Kuti.
Yeah, I said
That
Femi
people have
did
not
not
really.
No, it was
Yeah.
Fela I was talking about. It was
Okay,
Fela I was
okay,
talking
okay,
about.
okay.
Yeah, I just want to say the band Shino Peter was in was called Shino Adewale, which was Shino
Yeah.
Peters and Shegun Adewale. Then they
Diwali,
merged
Shegun
them.
Adewale, yeah.
They merged it together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they have one fantastic album like that I had, which is really good.
There's one track, Youngest Musician. They said that's the one that blew them up. Like, it was heavy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's it. I think at the end of the day, right, the media holds that responsibility with documenting things properly. Like we always say, you're curating history. And 100 years from now, people are going to read that stuff, right? People are going to read these obituaries. People are going to read these stories. And then they don't have an accurate description. And this is how mistakes are made. You know, if you don't have an accurate description, if you don't know where you're coming from, you don't know where you're going. No? So,
and that is why it's necessary as you guys are called curators online who are, doing all this great stuff online. When you start writing about the OGs that you don't know about, ask questions, do your research properly.
So Ayo is there. Write Ayo an email. Yeah. Drop your email.
Contact@ayomidetire.com. Simple as that. And you get a full, a robust image of what you're talking about. I learned this stuff from when Kobe died. When Kobe Bryant died, all the obituaries highlighted that issue of that alleged rape case that he had.
Yeah. We didn't like it.
Mentioned it.
Because
the culture didn't like it.
I'm a fan, but it is what it is.
It was there. It was there.
Yeah,
So,
we didn't like it. Nobody liked it.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
But
the fact is, so you didn't like it, so you liked it too. It's your cup of tea.
That's exactly.
Do you understand? It's your cup of tea. Yeah. So the fact is the fact, the truth is the truth. It's documented. It's in the history books, right? It's there. So we need to take our sentiment away. We're in an era where our sentiments override our thinking, and that's where you have. And it's this thing Steve says, like once you've chosen a position, right, you start to have issues because when you now are faced with things that do not align with that position, you start to deceive yourself, and you fight against it, and then you start sounding stupid. You say, "Oh, I'm on the left. Oh, I'm on the right. Oh, I'm pro this. Oh, I'm pro that," and then something happens, and then you're like, "Bro, I remember that council culture era where any small thing they don't run, come down, council person." What now happened?
I know.
One of their friends was now caught up in the mix of that thing. Naturally, what you do is let's hear both sides of the story. Now they now started saying, "Oh, let's hear," and everybody now said, "No. You can't hear both sides of the story because just last week, about a week ago, you didn't hear both sides of the story. So for this one that is your friend, you will not hear both sides of the story. So that's what happens, where you have a responsibility. And you have to differentiate yourself from every other person. It's like a fire, it's like a bus driver or, the fireman or the policeman. They're experienced at their work. They are not going to let their sentiments drive how they get work done. Same thing for you that you're curating something. Don't think, don't let's speak evil of the dead. That's not it. What we are talking about here is
that is the cocoa issue. Again, that's let's not.
Is that a Nigerian thing?
It's a Nigerian thing because white people don't give a fuck. They go right down, they won't right. If Tony Blair dies right now, they'll say he supported George Bush in invading Iraq in the search for weapons of mass destruction that was never found. It doesn't take away the fact that he was the British PM, and according to history, he was, he did favorably well compared to these new PMs that that they have. But hey, he supported George Bush in the look for weapons of mass destruction and kill innocent lives. It is what it is.
I think we got to keep it 100. It is what it is.
You know what? There's no media house that is leading the charge for a complete obituary. So I guess people just.
I'm sure somebody. I haven't read everybody's.
There's one in Rolling Stone.
I've looked.
I saw the Rolling Stone on. I would not expect Rolling Stone to give me a full context.
I'll be surprised.
Yeah. No, I'll be surprised. I'm even surprised they did it.
Rolling Stone Africa. You know, there's Rolling Stone Africa now, so
Yes, that's true.
so they're leaning towards that now. Yeah.
But even beyond even the Rolling Stone Africa, I would expect if they wrote about William Onyebo, they should write about Onyeka Onwenu.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's very true too.
You know,
But the context of Onyebo's coverage is that this is something you don't know. Do you get like this is? I don't know how to put it. Yeah,
I get because Onyeka is more popular. But yeah, I mean, the more reason why you should also write.
Why you should even write it? I get
Onyeka is on the same levels with them KSA.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
You know, she's on the same levels with with the low courts. She did the low court from a very young, an amazing woman, man. Just talk to like you said, very simple and talk to her. You know, she did the low court from a very young age. You know, and it was her signature look.
Yeah.
Yeah, the elegant stallion. Rest in peace.
That was
all right,
fast,
man.
By the way.
May we enter protest level.
All right, let's go.
Let's
go. More they go just na
where we go assemble.
Kano.
No. The things where I see for that. The things where I see for that Kano.
Bro, somebody stole. You saw what these boys were stealing. I'm like, God damn. Kano, sorry, I didn't know you. Sorry, I underestimated your game. I didn't know you guys ball like this. What?
They just went into straight up looting. They forgot about the protest.
They went. I think they already had the group chats. I'm on a loot with the loot, so we know they won't protest anything. Maybe just the loot they go.
All right. So last week protests kicked off all over the country. Several cities in the country. It was mainly peaceful, to be honest, except of some small pockets of violence.
Yeah. Even though some people died in those pockets, yeah.
Oh god.
Steve, why you laugh?
Because I know where the pocket comes from.
Not be back pockets, not the front pockets.
Oh god.
Not the front pockets.
The funny thing is that Steve wrote doses of violence on this.
You guys say pockets.
What's the difference between pocket and doses?
There's a
you don't know where the pocket is. You don't know where the pocket is coming from. There's a backstory. Remember when they were accusing him of being friends with El-Rufai? Like he was praising El-Rufai on Twitter, and that's what about the violence, the violence in Kaduna at that time. He said pockets of violence or something.
No, it is violence. Pockets of genocide.
Pockets of genocide.
How genocide go get pockets?
That shocked me.
Genocide is full on.
How the fuck do you say pockets of genocide?
Pockets of genocide.
You understand? How do you make genocide feel so irrelevant?
Did you get?
Like it was just two people fighting down the road. You know what happens? Supporting Nigerian government, like if you're a big supporter of the Nigerian government,
I'm never going to do it.
Why it's difficult? It's difficult because they're going to make you feel stupid.
Yeah, I'm never going to do it.
They're going to make you say stupid things because there are some things you are confident when you start to support, you meet these people and everything. Then it gets to a point where you're like, nah, this is glaring. Like, I can't say this, but you then have to because you understand, you signed with the devil already, so you have to go ahead and say it. But then you sound stupid.
Chop their food. You don't chop their food. You know if you can't pour jam now. So
and they would always embarrass you.
And I think it's a test of loyalty. Let's see how far these idiots can go. Let's give him something stupid to say. And let's see how convincing he is. And they go out and do it.
Anyways, protests started in Lagos, different parts of the country. We've already seen curfews in Kano, Jigawa, Yobe, and Katsina. But yeah, it started in bad governance in Nigeria. You guys already have my opinion. I think we all share the same opinion
last week
regarding how effective or not the protest would be. And sure enough, it has already started to escalate into other things in some areas. However, I think largely it's been peaceful.
It has been peaceful.
From what I've seen from the footage that has been shared on.
The fatigue is already setting in.
Fatigue setting already. I think, like we said last week, the government got ahead of it and kind of owned the narrative and owned everything. So people kind of, I remember when like NSAS started. Usually what happens with protest is there's always a first day and then there's a chill and then it picks up. I remember NSAS, which was how many days? 12 days straight. The first day, people walked from Yaba, I believe it was, no, from Stadium all the way to Ojota. That was the first day, right? I remember, I think there was the Banki, etc. Then after, people were just resuming at Ojota. And that's when the thing spiked. Remember? Yeah, but the first day was different. So I thought, let's see what happens. Do people have the right to protest? Of course, we've discussed this. How effective will it be? I think that's my problem.
See, in terms of being effective,
yeah.
In terms of being effective, guys, trust me. A protest, Nigerians have not started protesting. Like, I don't consider this a protest.
It hasn't started.
It's a demonstration, right? One, because this protest to me, it doesn't look organic. It's planned. Like the whole August 1st protest start. Nobody gave a time for NSAS protest, right? I believe, and see this thing the government is doing. I hope everybody gets to work, from local government to state government. I hope everybody, like the downlines from Tinubu to like straight down to the councillors, that information should start passing around. Like, let's get to work, right? Because it's going to get to a point where nobody, like, let me tell you, nobody can stop anything. You get, if you get to that point, and it's not at that point here. This is just like a demonstration. They will do go house, but when something starts.
When something, you know what I know. I know that when a real protest starts, there's no name of the protest. They always name the protest after the protest.
Thank you. After it starts, do you get so?
Not before this one. They named the protest before.
My brother, these two.
Hashtag don't day. Poster don't day.
August 1st. No.
Real protest now. After then they name the protest,
bro. Now after this, see now when they don't burn North Africa finish, they consider this is the Arab Spring. All that period.
Exactly. It's what nobody was calling that the Arab Spring. Exactly. No, it was after.
They don't come out. Presidents don't come out.
Do you get?
Presidents don't come out.
Yeah. I hope our leaders learn from this. Tinubu, down to your downlines. I don't know how to pass this information. Like, guys, get to work. Get to work. This country is collapsing. Get to work.
The BBC put out an article covering some of the protests, saying millions of residents in northern Nigeria. To be honest, we've seen a lot of activity in northern Nigeria. Because whether we like it or not, with all the reports we've read from the New York Times, Telegraph, and Washington Post, they have been covering they've been covering poverty in the north. They've been talking about how northerners don't have access to food, northerners don't have access to water. They are going, they are in extreme poverty. I read the article where, most northerners don't have access to milk. So they have substitutes. The first substitute is tiger nut. The second substitute is dried bones from animals. And then they crush the dried bones, convert it into milk to just get the calcium, whatever calcium is in the bones. That's what it was in the article. That they are
extreme hunger,
extreme poverty,
out of school, extreme poverty, high number of out of school kids. When it starts in that region, there's nothing you can do.
It's a ticking bomb. Once it goes off, it can't. There's nobody that can reason. Yeah,
it will be worse than BHO. When that thing happens,
what?
Okay.
I have an interesting point. I had an interesting point on Friday.
Let me finish this quick article so we can get into your point. Okay. It says millions of residents in northern Nigeria have been placed under 24 hours curfews amid nationwide protests against the high cost of living. Governments in the states of Kano, Jigawa, Yobe, and Katsina have ordered locals not to leave their homes and therefore not attend any protests. That was on Friday. The authorities said the curfew is necessary because hoodlums have hijacked the protest in order to loot and vandalize properties. There's a heavy security presence around the country with 9 more days of rage scheduled by the movement's organizers. On the first day, demonstrations in northern city of Kano drew the largest crowds. Police fired live bullets and tear gas and sprayed hot water to try. First of all, where did they get hot water from?
Yeah. I think they have a tool for it in the water van or something like that.
So they can boil the water and then spray it
and make it hot.
It's not dangerous.
Yeah. It's a weapon. It's a weapon now. So
You know, they fired live bullets.
It's a crowd disperser tactics.
They fired live bullets and tear gas, right? 3 people were shot dead and many others were injured. That's always the problem I always talk about. I say any protest, right? People will die. It's so painful. Now, 3
Yes,
people have been
yeah.
shot dead. That's 3 families. Anyways, looters also broke into a warehouse near the Kano governor's house, and police say 269 people have since been arrested with the recovery of many 25-liter granite oil cartons and other items taken. According to rights group Amnesty International, 13 protesters across Nigeria were killed by security forces on the first day of the protest. On Thursday night, Nigeria's police chief Kayode Egbetokun said 4 people in the northeastern state of Borno had been killed by an explosion within a crowd of protesters. 34 others were severely injured. A curfew was announced thereafter. Anti-government protesters began marching in the state capital in Maiduguri, although the authorities cited an earlier explosion as the reason why Borno had joined its neighboring states in imposing a 24-hour lockdown. It just goes on and on to talk about how, people are going through extreme poverty. It's so sad. Steve, you wanted to say something?
No, someone was telling me, someone was saying something about the problem in the north and said, you know what? The problem is that the people who created this whole thing, like hunger, people who created the environment for like hunger to thrive, like hunger and out of school children and stuff like that, poverty, the high poverty rate, they are retiring and leaving their kids who they sent to bougie schools and who they brought up in bougie environments to take over the system, but those people don't have the capacity to control what has been put in place. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get it.
He said that is going to be a huge problem. And I was thinking about it, I was like, okay, you know what?
They're not as ruthless as their parents.
That's not as ruthless as their parents.
Probably send them to the West to
receive
education.
So
it has
Oxford.
Yes. You have to be very street smart. You have to know the streets to control the streets. And the people that are bringing in, and I'm like, that's a very important point that you're making.
Yeah.
So like government okay, let me just stop.
One day the river will overflow.
In Lagos.
Run.
In Lagos, how was it in Lagos, Ayo? The protest?
Chill.
Lagos was chilled. Lagos State government already said that you want to protest, Ojota is the designated spot. Those that did not listen, I went to Lekki, had a whiff of tear gas. Nothing much. At least when I went out during the day, the police were patrolling. And first of all, when you think of police cars, you think of them as battered, old, rugged.
Yeah.
The cars that I saw police pull up with, bro, clean cars. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Trucks.
They were patrolling over and over again. They didn't even disturb the Okada people they normally disturb for money. No. Those ones they were going around to make sure there was law and order. Yeah, and I don't think I saw there wasn't any major flash or incidents of violence apart from that Lekki toll gate on the first day where they just threw tear gas. Everything was done normally. If you want to protest. You cannot protest outside the designated spot in Ojota. You'll be tasked to move back. When the protesters wanted to block the express road at Ojota, they told them, no, this cannot be done. Just go to the spot where they told you to protest and everything will be fine. So Olu came out the second day and he pleaded to the Lagosians that please, we've listened to you, go back home so that we can work on what you've asked for. So it wasn't like, it was unlike NSAS. I think Lagos State has already learned its lessons there and decided to, do the
douse
the incoming violence already. So it was pretty chill. But most Lagosians already anticipated violence. So a day before the whole protest, the hold up was mad. If you see the market squares, malls,
I saw everything, the malls and the stores.
People were stocking up as if it was for the apocalypse. And I don't blame them. When you are still suffering from the PTSD of 4 years ago, or more, you don't know when you're coming out of this one. Businesses already said everybody's working from home until further notice. Events that were meant to take place didn't take place. Everybody was just, okay, on the edge, at least on the first day. Second day, third day, I beg, it felt like a public holiday. Nothing was really happening.
Everywhere kind of open. Did you see the IED that the Lagos I
thought
see.
that was
I
an
don't.
art installation.
I'm going to report
I thought
Steve
that-
to you.
I thought that was an art installation.
That was an
You know,
EOD.
Do you understand?
No.
Somebody discovered an improvised explosive device somewhere,
Steve, that was
an
an-
IED,
that-
and
Steve,
Steve
that
is
was an-
laughing. Do you think it's
Steve, that was
funny?
It's like it's
Steve,
LED.
Let me tell Steve. Steve, that's an LOL. It's an LOL. Nah, it's an LOL.
Oh god.
You know what that thing
I
looks
lo-
like? It looks like carburetor that are spoilt that they threw somewhere in the mechanic shop. But I mean, if they say
My
it's the if
God.
they say it's an IED, I choose to
It's an
believe
IED, it's an IED,
security
it's an
for
IED.
Lagos security forces. I choose. There was a bomb. The bomb squad was on ground now to pick it up.
Yeah, fantastic.
Now, me so got pick them up.
Somebody
Not them
use
now.
pipe. You see, the problem is, you know what? Let me just shut up. But shout out to the Lagos bomb squad and security
Yeah.
agencies that were able to notice
Shout
an
out to everyone,
IED in the middle of the road.
Mm.
Somebody
No,
just
intelligence.
dropped it. Somebody just
No, no.
dropped it in the middle of the road.
The intelligence give them that call. Say there's something here suspicious. So they did what they had to do.
Anyways. Okay.
Anyways.
Is it right to use cases of these violence to denounce protests?
I don't know, because there'll always be, so I don't know. I don't believe that a protest can hold without violence. It comes with it, so it depends on the kind of sacrifice that anybody, a group of people wants to take. But Kenya, there was violence. Obviously, the Arab Spring, there was violence. The Black and Life Matter protests in America, there was violence.
Yeah,
I
there
don't
was
believe
violence.
that something like that. A group of people can come out to demonstrate and be on the street, and some fraudulent characters will not come out and just turn the whole thing upside down, right? And especially the case of Nigeria, where people there's poverty, people are angry, people are like really, really frustrated. They'll take it out on anything that they can take it out on. So listen, there's only one thing that the government can do to stop protests, which is do the right thing.
And bad governance.
And bad governance. That's all.
That's it. That's it. Dr. Makinwa tweeted, destroying properties and stealing from your fellow Nigerians who are passing through the same hardship is not right at all. This is very sad. This tweet has garnered 2.9 million views. And from the looks of it, it has 1,690 quotes. And usually when a tweet has this many quotes,
say this one will not be cooking again. You don't pass cooking. That they boil down.
of course, people tore her apart, insulted her, etc. But again, what? I don't think she said anything wrong.
Yeah,
the problem
is just she didn't read the room.
Read the room.
Yeah.
Just read the room. There's a way to always put these things together. Read the room. You have gone to a platform. If you went to Instagram, people will probably like it and say, go sis.
Yeah.
And put some lovely emojis. You came to the market square where people are not happy. You came to the place where they said Simone Biles' husband is profiting off her.
Oh, do you get?
Do
you understand?
You've come to the place where there's literally nothing you do that you won't get attacked for.
A woman got engaged after winning gold medal, and she said the engagement was the best part of her day. But somebody on that platform will still tell you that the man is an idiot and a narcissist for proposing in the biggest moments of the girl's life. Stuff like that. So read the room.
So you know the problem.
Yeah.
You know the problem. As a climate change expert, I expected more from Toke. I expected more from Toke. Because
she's already checked the climate.
Because when she goes to go, you have to check the climate.
All right. Yeah, read the room.
No, to Ayo's points, Toke also is, I don't know if she's doing, but she looks like the representation of what people will not like. Like in terms of you are close to these people in part. That in short, the whole climate, the whole Dubai thing is there. You've not come out to even say, I support the protests, end bad governance, do this thing. In short, there was a video 2 weeks ago that trended where she was saying the economy can never affect her and her girls, blah, 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 blah. Do you get
wow.
Yeah. So if you put everything in context and put it in context of who she is, what she represents, how people look at her, the perception of who she is, you understand the 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 backlash over her tweets. Do you get? So
Yeah.
I think she should do better in having better conversations in terms of reading in the room, and also just checking the overall temperature. Like you are climate change experts for Christ's sake. You should be able to
Look at the
navigate
cloud.
this
Look at the cloud.
weather. Yeah. Look at the cloud. You see, it's gathering already. It won't rain. So get an umbrella.
Yeah, so for real, speaking specifically to what she said, it makes a lot of sense, right? You can't say you're protesting for bad governance and end up attacking ECC. But again, if you do not provide a lot of context and you just put out one tweet and people already feel like you stand with a certain group of people, you're always going to get that kind of backlash. So please don't act surprised.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not the time to also be tone deaf. There's a lot of see, they've said it. Climate change experts, read the room, check the weather forecast. I can't discuss it more than that. All right, so the president, 2 days after, I believe 2-3 days after the protest kicked off, president has finally addressed Nigerians. I think a lot of people were expecting it to happen sooner, but he's finally addressed Nigerians. He put out a statement. It's pretty long. You can check it, Google it. It's everywhere. It's a 10-point statement. But yeah, I'll just read the first 5 points and keep it moving. It says, I speak to you today with a heavy heart and a sense of responsibility, aware of the turmoil and violent protests unleashed in some of our states, notably amongst...
It's a 23-minute speech.
No. I'm reading the first 5 points and I'm
okay.
Notably among the protesters were young Nigerians who desired a better and more progressive country where their dreams, hopes, and yada yada yada. It says it commiserates with the families and relations of people who have died. As the president of the country, he has to ensure public order, right? And then, says democracy as our democracy progresses, when the constitutional rights of every Nigerian are respected and protected, our law enforcement agencies should continue to ensure full protection. So I'm not seeing any direct, and I've read it earlier this morning when we shared in the group. I think someone shared in the group earlier this morning. I'm not seeing any, to be fair as well, right? They've already put out through their channels, they've already put out some of the strategies in which they want to use to work out Nigeria's problem, right? So I don't think like restating all those things in these statements makes sense if they've already put these things out in the past few weeks, to be very honest. So people saying, oh, he didn't say anything in his statement or in his speech or anything. They've already put he can only refer you to go and read the things they've put out. And I'm not trying to be an apologist here because I also have a pro or anti-APC supporters who are my friends and they will call me and say, Osagie, you're writing. No, I'm just stating it as it is. Some of these things have already been communicated, so it's up to us to go and read it. It's there. It's there already. So you can't just put everything in here and then expect, you can't just regurgitate every other thing he said. So please check out like the state-sponsored channels or the channels, their channels, state-owned channels rather, to read out what strategies they put in place, how they would execute these strategies, if they would execute these strategies, where they will execute these strategies. That's another topic to be discussed. Anyways, Steve, you said the show break the media code for clouds. So the statement was meant to be released at 7 o'clock this morning.
7 a.m. this morning.
7 a.m. this morning. Yellow Show put it out at 1 a.m. And there was also rumors before then, by the day before the statement was released, people were saying the statement had leaked very late into the night. I think we should just educate people on how statements work that come from from government houses. They are released earlier to the media houses, right? So
they will be prepared, newspaper headlines, talking points. So
they can be accurately and appropriately prepared. Some people still go into prints. If you put out the statement, if you do not share the statement earlier and embargo it, if you put it out at the same time you want it to go out, which is 7 a.m., it means the newspapers of that day do not have access to the statement, and then they will have to wait for the next cycle. So that's why these things are put out earlier and shared specifically to media houses and embargoed. Embargoed meaning that they have received the statement, but they cannot share it until the appropriate time. Now, by 7, the newspapers should be hitting the stands. which coincides with the same time the government will release it officially and then on social media and their website, etc., etc. Now, this statement is released to all media houses. It is the responsibility of the media house. Steve, you know this thing. I remember from when
100%. Fame Edition used to send us.
You don't collect them 6 hours before.
Yeah, like more than 7, like 8, not 10 hours before.
Yeah.
You know,
Everybody will hold it.
Thank you.
You know. So you are the owner of a media
Sahara
house
Reporters,
yourself.
yes,
Sahara
yes.
Reporters yourself. Not only did you not even post it with the Sahara Reporters handle, you posted it with
with
your own handle.
Yes, with your own handle.
Do you understand? And let's understand some context here. The number one context here is that you ran for office.
Yep. You're in opposition.
You've
been spearheading the protest.
Yeah, and then you put out the protest. Why are you putting,
See, the thing I've observed about Showore is that he has a messiah complex. He wants to show everybody that he's the savior of Nigeria. And most times he falls flat on his face. He's the major reason why I don't like this protest. I'm not supporting this protest. Anything Showore has hand in, I'm not involved in. You are in America telling people to come out. People have lost their lives. Well, you are back there in America. I beg, come on. Please.
I think he said he went to Canada, that there's a meeting, a meetup in Canada, so people in Canada can meet up there.
Okay, I agree. All
right.
Good for him.
Yeah, but I think I'm right. This is clouds. This is nothing but clouds.
100%.
Because I cannot be spearheading a protest as someone who has run for office before against somebody who I feel shouldn't be in that position. And then the person releases a statement. Then I post the statement on my own Twitter handle.
Yeah.
If your media house posted it, which of course they have, the right to do at the right time, right? Because the media house and they should be independent, then that's fine. But you, come on, man. Are you looking for retweets here? Are you looking for likes? What are you looking for? What is your goal? I'm trying to figure out what his goal is. If not, clout and whatever. Anyways,
yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tinubu's speech, he ruled out some of his achievements the last 1 year. And it was funny that the first thing he mentioned was 68% increase in no, not 68%. That is the increase in revenue, internally generated revenue of the federal government. I'm like, oh, this man on edge.
This man an IGR, Sha.
This man an IGR, Sha.
In love him.
But there's also interesting ones, Sha. 80%. He said now, instead of using from the federal government, from the previous government using 95% of their revenue to service debts, now they use only 68%, and that means they have more money for other things. He cleared legitimate outstanding FS obligations of 5 billion. This year, he has given the highest allocations to state and local governments. This ties to our point last week. So go and hold your state and local governments responsible and accountable. Infrastructure, he mentioned Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. Increase in oil revenue to 1.61 million barrels per day. He mentioned student loan scheme. There's also this consumer credit corporation of over 500.
Has the student loan scheme started?
They said it has started, though.
It has. It has.
So that's my point. My point in all these things is the president has started these things off. So it's in the hands of like agencies and other bodies, other administrators.
To actually execute properly. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll be more interested in protests to say, how is this thing working? How transparent is this process? It's not in Tinubu's table anymore. He has done what he has to do.
And we want access. We want access. As a matter of fact, we now even want to have our own delegates to be present to know how this thing is being spent.
In short, nobody has carried one cardboard paper with, how can I get student loan? Do you get like, how do we, these are the questions you should be asking. Like, so it's, I don't know, man.
Because that student loan scheme now, that student loan scheme now, we know how it will be. Something
will happen. Exactly.
Of course. No.
But how do we ensure something does not happen? If we start tracking it, if there is a deliberate effort to follow the money, to say, how is this being done? Who are the people getting it? Do you get?
And the number one way to start that is that everything should be in the public domain.
Everything, the websites, the names, everybody getting it, how much they are getting, everything should be there. Easy.
Mhm.
Because you're not, remember, they're not giving you this thing directly. If you get a loan, they're not giving you the money. They are paying your educational institution straight. So if it's school fee that you're paying for, they're paying your school fees straight from your own account. They're not giving you the money. Yes.
Of course, they don't give you the money now.
So put it publicly there. There's no security risk to it now. Oh, if you give me money, they'll come and rob me because they know that
You're not receiving the money.
No, you're not receiving the money. Let it be there, clear. Student loan. How much everybody is getting. Shady, how much is student loan, Seth? I didn't put an amount here. Even the Consumer Credit Corporation loan is a loan for people to survive. Like,
and these things are loans, though. They're going to pay back.
They're going to pay back. So they have over 200 billion naira for it, dedicated for it. Put it there. This is what I want to be fighting for. Not something for like Tinubu or something. Like Tinubu has done this. What's he want to make him do now? Yeah, he shared the highest allocation to local state and local governments.
What do you want him to do?
You understand?
They don't share the money,
bro.
They don't share the money now.
There's a part in his speech. He said over 570 billion has been released to states. Now go and ask your governor.
Yes.
Oga Alpha.
Thank you. And that money is not part of the it's not part of the federal allocation. This is separately for living. Yes, this is separately for because of the living crisis or whatever it is. This is not part of FAC.
This is not part of that federal allocation that we discussed last week.
This one is for livelihood. This one is for livelihood support.
700 and what?
570 billion naira. This is for livelihood support. That's what they termed it. Let's also increase the minimum wage. Come on now. Let's spoke with chill now. And that's why if people from the APC say this is a political protest, that's why I'm going to start believing them. Because people are still angry over elections.
And that's the angle they can take, even though it's not a political protest, but that's the angle they can take.
That's the angle they can
take. The people who are protesting have not been able to articulate what they want.
That's where they sit.
We need to be able to articulate these things properly.
100%. 100%. So anything that comes, once we start calling the president, let's go. Election is coming. Take the energy and go and vote again. Hopefully,
talking about IGR, right? Yeah. I saw this story that came out 5 days ago. Lagos plans to get 200 billion naira annually from taxing remote workers. Lagos state government has unveiled an ambitious plan to generate 200 billion naira by expanding its income tax base to include remote workers and leveraging digital solutions for enhanced revenue collection. Right now, it's part of a document called the Eco Revenue Plus Summit. It was part of the synopsis.
Yeah.
I don't know how. Okay, so what they're saying is that they plan to introduce a resident global digital citizen tax management system targeting remote workers, foreign firms, and digital influencers.
Okay.
The system will involve accreditation and licensing of digital economy operators supported by an e-portal, marketplace, revenue recovery platform, etc. First of all, 200 billion naira tax annually.
The logistics, how are they?
No, first of all, before you get into logistics, how did they arrive at this number?
Ask me now.
How many remote workers do we have in? This is Lagos, not Nigeria. How many remote workers do you have in Lagos?
1 million, according to them.
1 million remote workers.
No, I'm just throwing out numbers. Like, you get.
And funny enough, right? Well, funny enough, in terms of like remote workers, if you are a remote worker using a platform like Upwork, you already pay tax.
No, you don't pay. You did pay tax.
You do. It's part of it. For you have to add your VAT.
Oh, on Upwork.
Yes, you add it. If you're in Europe, it's 21%. If you're in Nigeria, it's 7.5%. It's there.
Oh, for real.
So, like a platform like Upwork that has access to, is one of the biggest remote workers platforms for remote workers who can work with different companies.
Okay, but how does Upwork confirm? I've never used Upwork, so I don't know. Like, how do they
confirm? You put your banking details. You put your.
How do they confirm how much you earn? Do they know how much you earn?
Yes, because the money is being paid through the platform.
They have a payment gateway on it.
Yeah, the person you're working for will pay Upwork. Upwork will dispense your money to you.
Upwork will be the one, so that the middleman. Oh, okay.
You understand? They hold it in like an escrow, then they pay you depending on the arrangements you have. Maybe, monthly, weekly, whatever, if it's one-off. Right? Now, Upwork already has a relationship with every country's
tax agency.
Yeah. And so they are remitting the money. So anytime you are charged or they pay you, they take 7.5%
and give it to them.
Yes.
Yeah. Trust me, the person who wrote that thing does not know what Upwork is to start with.
No, the person didn't put Upwork there.
I'm saying they don't even know the concept of. Yeah, it's just.
I think the people they are trying to target are those ones working for
foreign companies and foreign companies that don't exist in Nigeria. But how do you know them? Because one, the company does not have presence in Nigeria.
Yes.
So they pay them directly through maybe a foreign account or maybe
they pay them in a foreign account. Yeah.
Maybe a fintech or something. So how do you track it?
Yeah, that's
how do you even know the existence of this? How do you even know the existence of these remote workers?
Because if I'm a software engineer that works for a company in America, right?
And you code for them and they pay you through maybe
the company pays me through Gray or one of these
something. How do government know?
Yeah, they can't know.
They can't know. So it's just talk. I just saw it. Just talk.
I don't know how they will find it, but they will do some investigation anyways. They will carry out their survey. They will do their investigation and all of that. Because I don't know how they want to figure out exactly, how. I'm sure they will have their operation manual. Maybe they don't want to let it be known now.
Okay, so that people cannot dodge it.
Nigerians are very creative.
Nigerians
very creative.
Oh yeah, let's see how they go do.
Yeah, let's see how they do it.
Yeah, man, let's see how they do it. Yeah.
All right. There's this tweet that chairman put out. I would love to read it. Give me a second.
Chairman still tweets. Wow.
The chairman still tweets so once in a while, not all the time. He's a very busy man now. But yeah, he tweets once in a while. He put up this tweet about Jackpot for kids. Very interesting thread. He says, if parents are being honest, Jackpot for the kids is usually more about the economics than anything else. Today's middle-class parents are usually enticed by the idea of free education at the pre-tertiary level and student loans afterwards. In contrast, previous generations could afford to not only pay for their kids to get the pre-tertiary education at home, but also a tertiary education abroad, oftentimes with zero student loans incurred throughout the process. But jackpotting for the kids should be scrutinized closely. That free education isn't usually the best education. And if the parents are unable to provide better due to their own career economic circumstances, that can quickly become a source of frustration for a new immigrant. Also, unless the parents are strategic and intentional, a child that grows up and is educated in the West usually has access to one job market, the West. Now, granted, it's a big market, but usually not as big as if the child had grown up in Nigeria but been educated in the West. Someone then says, don't think anyone is denying this. That's where the opportunity lies. He says, I agree. If I'd heard more parents saying they are moving abroad because they can't afford school fees, but it's usually presented as something that's in the child's overall best interest. Viewed from that lens, all they see is opportunities without weighing the opportunity cost. Do you understand what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
I asked him on DM, Sha, when he tweeted it. We had a conversation on DM, like a long conversation.
Okay.
So I knew and I understand what you're saying. But for people who are listening, who don't seem to who might not get it, just share like a little more light into what he's saying.
So basically, what he's saying is, parents will always say, we had to relocate because of the children, we had to relocate because of their schools, etc., etc. But what is happening is that is what is happening of now. Back then, in previous generations, they could afford it, right? And if they could afford
to stay in Nigeria and the kids to school abroad,
and their school abroad and everything. Yeah. So when people say, "Oh, we jackpot because of the kids," it's not necessarily because of the kids. They are just using that as the biggest excuse. I think if people are more honest with themselves to say, "Oh, there were less opportunities here," or, other circumstances making them, travel, then that's fine. But if you are just saying, oh, we jackpot for the kids, it really doesn't make sense, because this jackpot for the kids you're talking about, it doesn't mean that they are also going to now go to the best schools when they travel. They are going to
No.
public schools.
Yeah.
Depending on the country you are going to. If you're going to UK or whatever,
Yeah.
right? They are not going to private schools there. And then they are going to get student loans afterwards. So it's a couple of things. It's the economic state of the people that are traveling, first of all.
Yes.
They didn't have, be honest with yourself. You maybe like there's a glass ceiling in Nigeria now, and in terms of like providing funds, because if you were paying 360 to the dollar and you were paying school fees every semester for your kid in the university, when the 360, or even let's say pre-Buhari 198, when it ballooned all the way to 500 and something, it becomes a headache.
Big one.
Becomes a big ass headache. My wife was telling me about someone she knew who two or three kids were attending Atlantic Hall, and things got tighter, and the guy just looked at it and said, you know what? This money I have for Atlantic Hall for the next 2 years for these kids, we can actually turn this into jackpot money, right?
Mhm.
You get into the UK, I'm still working in Nigeria, and then they can attend school there. When you get there, nobody says, oh, this is the kind of school you're attending, and they laugh at you. I can't do that here in
No.
Lagos because I attended Atlantic Hall. Anything below Atlantic Hall, no get level, and we can't do it in Nigeria. But when you travel over there, nobody's looking at anybody. You can attend any school, and then we still have money for you guys to live. And that's the decision they made. And the wife and the children traveled abroad, and he still works in Nigeria. So, all in all, to bring everything back home, Nigeria fuck up.
Nigeria fuck up.
Last.
The reason why, okay, so it's like it's at the root of it is the economics of it, right?
Yeah.
But I still want to believe that it's also because of the kids. Because if I didn't have them, and I'm not thinking about their education, getting them another passport to increase, their access to the world, right? To enhance their access to the opportunity and access to the world, too. And 3, for example, I see this thing, if I know that dollar will be 1.5 for the next 50 years, or like even if it's not 1.5, it's 1.6, 1.7, 1.4, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, comes down again between that range. I can be able to say, okay, you know what? This is what it will cost my son to go to school. Go to a school, stay in a foreign country to get their passport, in terms of uni, stuff like that. I'll be able to stay here and say, okay, what do I do? How do I, scheme my hustle? How do I navigate my hustle to do it? The reason I'm not taking that option is because while I still trust my earning potential in Nigeria, I don't trust it. I'm trusting it I'm earning in naira, I'm not earning in dollars. Do you get? And it's going to affect the children. So at the root of it is economics, right? Because it's just money things I explain right now. But also the reason I'm making it is because they're at the top of my mind, not just me. I'd rather stay here. Do you get? I'd rather just stay here.
I get you.
I'd rather stay here. It's not easy. Relocating, but we had the conversation. I wasn't entirely convinced with his proposition, but I understand that what he's saying is on the underlying factor is money, because our parents were able to do it while still staying in Nigeria and in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And they didn't put themselves from like their culture, where they've grown, what they know, and go and believe that. Thank you. Do you get? I remember when my younger brother first traveled, and my dad was paying school fees from Nigeria. How much was dollar that time? 120 something. 122 or 126.
100 naira.
Do you get? So for the first 2 years or so, I think his first and second year school fees, my dad like sorted it out before he now started like working and schooling and sorted himself out, right? So it happened. Now, if you want to try that as in Nigeria, as a parent in Nigeria, you are paying like 18,000, maybe you are paying $16,000 for like a first year school fees, or 10,000. That is about almost 50 million naira now. Do you get? And that's just for one kid, and that's for one first year, and that's not feeding, that's not accommodation. Like it's it's dicey, you know. So yeah, it's economics. 1, 2 is the access to the world, and that access to the world is made easier with a foreign passport and not with the green passport. So how do I improve the two? How do I improve the prospects in terms of the access to the world? It's okay, let's all go together, spend time there, get everything, and you become citizens and get another passports. And you know, it's a difficult conversation to have. At the end
It's
of the
actually
day,
a difficult one.
it's
And
very,
there's,
very,
there's one more thing he mentioned, right? Which also makes a lot of sense, right? He says, also, unless the parents are strategic and intentional, a child that grows up and is educated in the West usually has access to one job market, the West. Now, granted, it's a big market, but usually not as big as if the child had grown up in Nigeria, but being educated in the West, right?
We've seen children of Nigerian descent, like, you know, who grew up abroad, went to school abroad, come to Nigeria and get
They struggle. They struggle.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because
to get a job.
And I'll explain why. The ones that you see are the success stories because their parents are, of course, well-to-do, in elite places.
So they frequent Nigeria. They stay like 4 or 5 months.
And they are also slotted into a company. My brother was telling me of one. My brother works in the bank, right?
I agree.
One of the EDs or somebody.
They just keep plugging him. Yeah.
Funny enough, he wasn't even an ED. He was one of the top customers in the bank, right?
Yeah,
had maybe over $1 billion in the bank and everything. So they got his son in, and the boy couldn't relate to anything in Nigeria, but had a executive position already, etc. So that's nice. But I've seen people who've come in and they struggle to integrate because of the way of doing things in Nigeria. Corporate culture in Nigeria is very different from corporate culture outside Nigeria. Very, very different, right? We've seen people struggle. We know some of these people, and I understand Chagozim's point there. What he's saying is, if you started off from here and then went in there, you have a bigger pool because you already have a
Nigeria
global...
Yes.
I'll give you one of the feedback my daughter's teacher tells me. She says that she, out of all her classmates, has a better understanding of or how do I put it, like a better global understanding of things.
Yes. Yeah.
In relating to a lot of things, history, context, and all of that. She has a better outlook, unlike the other kids who are like very zoned in to what is happening in their country. She has a better outlook of everything, around the globe. So that's what happens for, if you taste different cultures or you start off somewhere, then are exposed to, a number of
different cultures.
I agree with him on that.
So diaspora, what Chagozem and we are saying is that always bring make one of the try come house.
Not be only 30 December, do summer.
Not be only December, do summer.
Do summer, 5 weeks.
December 7, not only Lagos, not only VIA on the day.
Funny enough, I know like some evil parents that whenever there's summer holiday, you're going back to the village. Everybody's going back to the village.
Igbo people used to do that a lot.
They say village again. Why they do not?
They don't go village.
No be village, not town.
Sorry, in African magic. African magic. Sorry. Town.
Yeah, I think what you guys are. I think for that point, I understand that point. They have to have like a general, like that Nigerian view, the world view, so that they be able to like cope in both worlds. I understand that.
Yeah. Okay, for people who let me give you guys a business idea. You guys can do social and cultural social integration. Because what's going to be happening now is, and it's a big thing, we've said it before, right? The content is Nigeria, Africa, and the market is diaspora.
Yep.
If you can create a program where people come in the summer and then you integrate them through language, through culture, through food, and whatever, I think it's a good business idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Makes sense.
All right. I want to play this video for you guys. It's talking about schools, why schools are dangerous for kids.
What do you think is a father's role in a son's life, and what is a father's role in a daughter's life?
First of all, about schools, First of all, they sleep 8 hours, right? They wake up morning, they go to the school, they spend there like 8-9 hours, and we don't know with who they spend time. Maybe these teachers, you don't even know what they're thinking, what they have on their mind, and you let them to give education to your kids. It's very dangerous. If you not agree with these teachers on your life position, but you let them teach your kids, and when they become 16, you want they become like you. This is don't work. You have to control who teach your kids, and a lot of people miss this. And
what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I've seen it. I think he's
sorry, before you go ahead, it's by Khabib, I think the USC
UFC
champion.
fighter. Athletes,
yeah.
Well, I think he's talking from a Western POV, basically, where a lot of ideology is passed to children. I'm not sure about Nigeria, where it's just the basic education they give you. I don't think unless you are going to really fancy school. But I understand what he's trying to say. You don't want your kids to be raised up by people who have a different ideology or principle of how they see the world. I think as parents, it's your job to shelter your children, guard your children, and raise them up in a way that you believe is the most responsible. And we have schools now that have certain ideologies that clash with their upbringing. And I guess that's what I'm speaking about. So it's important as a parent that you also educate your child. I heard somebody speaking once that age 0 to 4 is like the most important gap in your child's life, because that is where you can instill like the proper ideology that you want for your child, or education that you want for your child. So I understand what he's trying to say, because if you are reading the news and you see some funny shit, bro, it's wild. Somebody put up an Instagram story once of how the school wanted to celebrate Rainbow Month, right? And the mother was against it, that, this is not how I want to raise up my child. And there's a back and forth between the school. I don't know how it was resolved at the end of the day, but there's a back and forth between the school. So stuff like that. I think parents have to be more vigilant now in 2024 going forward, because apart from the other forms of mass communication we grew up with, radio, TV, you also have social media. How are you going to raise your child with social media now? Going to a school where 12-year-olds already have their iPhones. Will you tell your child, no, you have to wait till you're 16?
And now on Instagram.
Yeah, on Instagram. I know you are not like, no, I'm not going to give you a phone until you're like 17 or 18 or 16 and all that. So how do you navigate all that? Even if you want them to have social media and you want them to be on social media now, social media is so sexualized, bro. Sex is the cheapest commodity online these days.
It's crazy.
Your average 16-year-old has seen more naked women than all his ancestors put together. His ancestors put together. And that's because he has a laptop and he has a phone. At the end of the day. So how do you navigate that? Are you going to buy on the laptop? Are you going to now start buying certain blockers and filters? So and so. And if you do that, Instagram is still there. TikTok is still there. Snapchat is still there. At the end of the day. So I understand what the guy is trying to say though.
Yeah, fair enough. But I also think Khabib is speaking from a point of privilege. If you're a 9-to-5 worker, right? If you have,
definitely, it's privilege.
Your husband or wife is also a 9-to-5 worker. You have to send your kids somewhere. You have to put, you can't leave them at home, so they have to go to school. You said?
Oh, you have to send them to public school at the least. You send them to public school.
You have to send them to a school that will teach them the basics, because from age, like, I figured that outside Nigeria, a lot of kids are required to start schooling by maybe like proper schooling, like maybe age 4. Right? That's when they start. In Nigeria, man, the primary school my daughter went to, by age 1, as long as you can walk, as soon as you can start walking. So by age 1, they started teaching already. And I think that's too early, but like, that's Nigeria, whatever, right? Yeah. And all of that. But you also want your kids to start competing in some ways where they are not left behind. And you don't also have the time. You're working 2-4. So I think Khabib, I understand his point, right? In terms of like ideology and all of that. And I think that can be done along with being exposed to like school education. Because if I was, a millionaire in dollars, I can choose to homeschool my kid.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't do that now.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Can't.
No, you can't.
To be honest, paying 2,000 alone every is mad money.
You know, no, even if
But
you don't even want to
with
pay the
homeschooling-
2,000, yeah, I want to homeschool. I want to teach them myself. You don't have it's time. Time is
You don't
more
have the
expensive than
time,
money.
Yeah. And I also,
Yeah,
I think I don't know. I've never read a study or something about homeschooling kids in terms of like socially awkward kids. How do they
Yeah. How
develop
do
that
you
social
interact
consciousness?
socially?
How do they interact with people and stuff like that? Because that's one of the things that school does to you too. It helps you like interact with people, and it just enhances your social consciousness. You know, and it's also there. I think the kids also kind of like influences my how I really want to how I really want to make money. Especially since I started working remotely in 2022. It has really changed my view about how, because I think about me, I and my parents now. I'm not sure I've seen my, when was the last time I saw, okay, I traveled recently. There was one time between 2013 and when I came for NYC in 2016 or so, I didn't see my parents. I didn't travel to Asaba. I didn't travel to Agbo. I didn't go to Delta State. I was just in Lagos. I didn't travel. I didn't go home. The grind, I did find money. Do you get? We're just calling. What's up? What's up? Every December, my mom will call me. Come, it's Christmas. It's New Year. Come home now. I said, Mom, don't worry. Next year I must come. Next year I won't go. Do you get? And now my sisters, like my brother, like they stayed like 2-3 years before seeing my parents. So that has kind of like influenced to say, you know what, this is the only time I have to spend with them, right? So what do I do in terms of my career, in terms of the kind of job I'm looking for, in terms of the kind of business I want to do? Do you get? So that I'll have enough time to spend with them. Because every old people you keep talking to about like, what did you regret? Even no matter like across the financial class, they keep saying, oh, I would have spent more time with the children. Because to be very honest, when you are 18 and maybe you are in uni, I'm not sure I'm going to give a fuck that much anymore. Do you get? I want to live my life. Do you get? And continue. So I want to spend that time with you, toddlers, at least to teenage years, where I know that independently you can be able to carry yourself well and go into the world and adapt. So yeah, I just want to spend more time with them at this point in my life. You get? And I'm just navigating my way around it in terms of the businesses I'm trying to set up, like stuff like that. So that I'll be able to have that time to stay with them. You remember, like before COVID, right? You remember our schedule now, like 5 a.m. to 8-9. So you remember now?
My brother,
it's
crazy.
Tough. Like I remember on weekends when Denzel wakes up in the morning and he sees me in the house, he's always like shocked, like this guy in the house. Like, do you get? But now we don't have that kind of relationship anymore. Like he expects me to be at home every time.
Yeah.
You get?
And you're doing more bonding activities.
100%. You get? So I enjoy it. I have better control of what he watches. I look at his books.
Man, all those things are so important. When you're absent, stuff is going down that you don't even know is going down.
Yeah.
You get? So it's very, very, like, it's the best place to be, man. And there's sometimes I listen to Gary Vee a lot when he keeps talking about like how success can sometimes deprive you of certain things, and that's the sacrifice that comes with. And I think I keep thinking about it. As ambitious I am, do I want to get to the level where I'm very successful and I lose track of these things with my kids? So is a debate and conversation that keeps coming up, in my head every time.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's delve into what is happening in the Olympics. Let's just brush through that.
Okay.
Shout out to the Tigress. Let's start off there. They beat the Australian basketball team.
Best victory in 20 years, man.
Yeah, and a big deal because the Australian basketball team I don't know what they are ranked. I don't know where they are ranked.
Second in the world.
What?
Fourth in the world. Fourth in the world.
Yeah. That's a big deal.
Good.
Where's Nigeria ranked, by the way?
Down 20 now. So.
Definitely not fourth.
But so have they qualified to the next?
No, they have another game. They have 2 more games now.
Okay.
Before the next round, yeah.
The Liberia game was a friendly, right? It wasn't part of the Olympics. Because I saw 190-09.
Yeah, I think they beat also. Abi? I know they played another game after Australia, Sha.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Anyways, we wish them the best. I know beating the Australian basketball team was like a big deal. Wish them the best.
Yeah.
So on the other hand, The Super Falcons of Nigeria.
Yeah.
This is.
It happens.
I think
It happens to the
in
best of
I think
them.
in a minute, this has been their worst outing in a minute.
Yeah, in a minute. This has been no
it
fight
has.
at all. Nothing.
Yeah. They lost all 3 games at the Olympics. The
Yep.
Olympics, women's soccer.
Yep.
They lost all 3 games and they've been kicked out. They lost to Japan. They lost to Brazil, and was it
Lost to
Spain?
Spain. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough group, anyways. It's a very tough group. And to be very honest, all 3 teams are
exceptional
top
teams,
teams.
like top power. Yeah.
Yeah, in the top, those 3 teams we
They should be
mentioned,
in top
I
10
believe they are
for
in
women's
top,
football.
even
Yes,
top 7.
They should. Yeah, they should.
In terms of ranking. Let me even check it now. FIFA women's ranking. It's no big deal. So I just kind of, let it go. Spain is first. France is second.
Damn.
England is third. Germany is fourth. USA is fifth. Sweden is sixth. Japan is seventh. Canada is eighth. Brazil is ninth. And Korea, DPR
Japan
is
is
10th.
among. Japan is not.
Japan
it's
is
not top
7th.
10. Japan is so top 10.
Yeah, so the group was, they were, it's tough.
Tunde Apostle said when his show with Tosin, the show of, the show now.
Mm-hmm.
He said they're going to finish fourth.
Yeah.
They're going to finish fifth in a four women group.
What is wrong with that guy?
Oh.
But yeah, it was a tough group. But I thought they would, and they were close calls. I think apart from
the Brazil game, I think for me the Brazil
it was
game
1-0.
was close. Yeah, the Brazil game was close. They should have scored. Yeah.
Brazil game was close. So yeah, all the best. I think the team is also.
We'll just win our African Women Cup of Nations. They go, Jare.
I think the team is also transitioning. I think the team is transitioning. There's some transition going on. Now, I know Steve cannot say I talk about some things, but well, I think the team is transitioning. And you see.
Do you think
when the team is going through a transition,
the more foreign born players will help us? I think they will.
They will, because they to be honest, they are more technical.
Yeah, the quality will improve. Yeah,
the quality will improve. So they can. There's a way they can blend it.
Yeah.
When teams go through transitions, right, the coaches need to make hard decisions.
Yes.
I was reading what Emma Hayes, or former Chelsea head coach,
the USA
Chelsea
coach
women,
now, right?
Yeah, Chelsea women head coach. She's now the United States Women National Team, US. I don't know why they did that branding. USWMT coach. And the first thing she did was drop Alex Morgan.
Easily.
First. Alex Morgan has been in that team since, I believe, 2010, 2011. And, but she's also 35 and she's nearing the, Megan Rapinoe retired the previous World Cup. She dropped her from the team. Yeah. She called her back for one friendly when someone was injured and didn't give her number 13. But she's dropped her now and she didn't go to these tournaments. So you have to make some hard decisions. And then she's banked on the new Swanson, Trinity Rodman, etc. And Trinity was the one who got the goal against Japan. In the quarterfinal. So they're off to the semis now. So some hard decisions need to be made. I'm not calling out names, but I'm just saying once the team is going to transition, there are some things you need to do. Okay, who do I put on the bench? Who are my sure starters? I have to bank on the youth. Those things have to happen, whether we like it or not. Because once you are indifferent about things like that, right, you suffer for it. Another clear example is the Belgium national team at the last World Cup.
Portugal national team too. The last World Cup. Okay.
Belgium at the last World Cup. He still brought the old guys. He still started Hazard, even though Hazard had not played well for Madrid.
Real Madrid.
Make your hardcore decisions. Be like an Onigbide. See what Onigbide did.
Onigbide was wild.
2002. All those boys, they all came back in 2004.
They all came back in 2004.
But that 2002, he said, "You guys, I'm not rocking with you guys. These are the boys I'm going to take." People
took all of them out.
So you have to make those hard decisions. Another clear example was the last Women's World Cup that Spain won. Even though this is a bit controversial, the women protested. And they rightfully protested. And the FA dropped all of them and went and picked another set of people and they won. So I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying
was so happy he not kissed one of them.
And lost his job. Lost his job.
That has to be one of the greatest moments of idiocy. ever
I'm
known to
telling
man.
you.
Yeah, very
Like,
uncalled
bro,
for on a
Very
national
uncalled for.
stage.
National
handshake.
stage.
Everybody they do handshake. You now
Can't hold
kiss in one go
himself.
kiss.
Can't hold himself.
Ah,
Nonsense guy. Anyways, gender has become a big issue at the Olympics after the Algerian boxer Imani Khalif, when our opponent walked out of the fight after just 46 seconds, in protest over a few things, right? And she wasn't clear on what she was protesting against, but it has now come out that
No, she mentioned that she thinks she was fighting a man.
oh, she mentioned that. Okay,
Yeah,
so Khalif, yeah, she mentioned that, and then the controversy has sparked out.
Yes.
There's been a lot of controversy over the actual gender of the boxer Imani Khalif, Algerian boxer. This is someone who attended the Olympics in Tokyo and has won a medal there as well. But since then, her gender has been contested. And we noticed,
So,
I did some feedback, some reading up. The International Boxing Association, IBA, had banned her because
2013, in 2023, 2022.
2022, banned her 2 years ago, saying that her...
Actually, 2023, sorry, last year.
Her gender could not be...
They said she did not meet required necessary eligibility criteria.
Yes.
That was the language they used.
Yes.
Right?
But to state, IBA has also been banned by the IOC of the Olympics.
So the IOC and the IBA, they've fallen out. So the IOC have not adopted IBA's standards. And the reason is because even to date, the IBA has not revealed, like they've not been very clear on the testing that they did. Right? They said for example, right? This thing has always been an issue. They used to do this naked parade where they will take you to a room and pull everybody's clothes to ensure that you have the female stuff like that. Now they started doing this sex texting with new technique.
Yeah.
But they were not clear with what they were doing, right?
Before they now banned her.
Clear. They
banned her and one other lady,
one other lady from Tehran or something.
Chen or something,
Yeah, do you get? So the IBA, look at where the IBA made a mistake. The IBA did not classify her that she has DSD. DSD is like when
high level of testosterone.
High level of testosterone, maybe absence of like some female reproductive stuff like that. This girl does not.
The same thing that happened to it, Caster Semenya.
Thank you. No, Caster's own is different because that one, there was a clear high level of testosterone.
Yes.
And they say take drugs to reduce it.
She said no.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this one is different. This one, there's no clear case
there's
of
no
it.
clear, yeah. But they've not seen the high testosterone in our system, though.
Are you sure? Where did you see that?
Yes, now. But it was the IBA.
No, IBA is not clear on it.
IBA is not clear on the test they did.
There's not clear on what they saw. They just said they should not meet criteria. The criteria nobody knows.
Okay.
According to the information that I have.
Yes.
Do you get?
Yes.
And that's where IOC said, no, we can't accept this. She's eligible. Come and fight. Remember, this girl has been fighting.
She was at the Tokyo Olympics.
Thank you. And she has lost to women.
Yes.
Do you get? And my problem with the whole conversation, it has now gone political.
Immediately.
Donald Trump tweeted and commented on it on his what's the name of his social media? He commented on it there. Then on his last parade, his last night when he went on his campaign trail, he spoke about it too. Piers Morgan is going off. Obviously, what's the name of the legendary author? What's her name again now?
J.K. Rowling.
J.K. Rowling. So it has gone political, and in fact, my main point from this issue is that social media is very, very interesting. Because do you understand how you can get quality debate, quality conversations from both sides of an argument?
Yeah.
And you just be looking at it like, what do I think? Like, who do I believe?
They want to have.
Do you get? So I'm still very much confused.
The boxer today, the Italian female boxer, just saying, I can't be hit. 2 shots. 2 shots. She pulled away. She said, I can't fight this.
40 seconds in.
Well, she got hit with 2 jabs, and a jab is not supposed to be that bad. I mean, I love the stuff, but I'm not used to taking jabs. It's not my thing, but I will tell you, 2 jabs, and she said, no more, I don't want, because she got hit so hard. She said, I've never been hit like that before. And, I always use weightlifting as the ultimate, but I think that fight may be, there will be no men playing in women's sports when we're elected.
It has gone political, like you said.
Osagie, listen to this statement from the IBA when the controversy was happening, like last year.
Yeah.
It said the athletes did not undergo a testosterone examination, but were subject to a separate and recognized test, whereby the specific remain confidential.
What do they mean
I
by
don't
that?
understand.
Do you understand? How can you do a test and not tell us what the test
What
is?
is it? What
And say
is
it's
it? What did you
confidential.
see? Tell us what you saw.
That's too vague. That's too vague.
It's too vague. That's my point.
Yeah.
You know,
And the IOC has banned the IBA, by the way.
Yeah, for corruption and some other cases.
Financial issues,
financial
and
fraud and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Have you heard
a big
what,
debate. Who?
What's his name? Shannon Club Sheshe. What's his name again?
Mind you, this girl, the person that
Shannon
started
Sharp.
this whole thing, she has come to apologize. Though.
The Italian boxer.
Oh, yes,
The Italian boxer, she has apologized.
Yes, she has.
Yeah.
So Khalif went ahead to fight the Hungarian boxer in the quarterfinals, and she won.
And she won.
So in boxing at the Olympics, there are no bronze medalists. So once you win in the quarterfinal, you get to the semis, you are assured an Olympic medal already.
Yeah.
Yes,
because there's no bronze medal. You are assured an Olympic medal already. So she's in the semifinals. I don't think they've seen.
No, semifinals are 4 people now.
Yes.
So
but
there are
there's
only
no
3
bronze.
medals.
I don't know.
No bronze.
There's no bronze in boxing,
Yeah,
so you are
true,
assured the medal.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll be following that. And then there was an alleged administrative mishap at the 100 meters event. We're bringing it back home, guys. We're bringing it back home. We don't always have
when you
gender
hear
issues.
administrative
Our own
mishap,
is
you listen
just
at home now.
our own is just incompetence.
Yeah. It's
Yes,
so feeling
like that
now
one
the
race.
sprinter. She didn't race at the 100 meters because she said the
NOC.
AFN and LOC. AFN is Athletics Federation of Nigeria, and LOC. They didn't register her for the
Nigerian
events.
Olympic Committee.
Nigerian Olympic Committee, NOC. Said although the NOC, the AFN has come out to say they did it, but they don't understand why her name was not there. You guys did not register it. So you guys did not register it.
It's like you write the exam, then they tell you missing script.
Missing script, thank you.
How's your script missing? Is it that a whole booklet went lost? Like, what is going on? Anyways,
is it competence?
And the thing that pains me about her that she has had a very, very wonderful season in terms of athletics. I think she did her personal best like 3 months ago. So she's like in top shape. Even she ran 200 meters this morning, and she was among like in her heats. She came first or so.
She qualified.
And her name was in the first. Obviously, she's in the 200 meters, so she qualified for the next round. In her own heats, she came out first or so. Yeah.
Wow.
She's actually very
left
good.
out.
They denied us an opportunity to see her in 100 meters. You know, although it's different races, 100 meters and 200 meters are different races. But one of the people that won medal in the 100 meters race, she beats the person in this heat, in her own heats in 200 meters. Although they're different races, 200 and 100 meters are very different.
So, what do you think happened here? Do you think it's just general incompetence, or
it's
do you think
incompetence? They didn't enter her name.
But they registered 36 other people. Why would they register her?
Maybe it's a mistake. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a mistake now.
Or is it something else?
It's a mistake. And this happened in last year Olympics too. This, I don't know. What's something else again? Last year's one was what? Then the Olympics, the Tokyo one was what? The Tokyo one was that they didn't give them enough money. The AFN didn't have enough money to do testing. So they didn't meet the criteria to qualify for the race. So do you know that one of those girls that affected she switched her allegiance to United States and she's competing for United States in this Olympics.
I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw it.
Steve, have you seen how many Nigerian names are in the Olympics that are not running for Nigeria?
My brother, where were we discussing it? Was it on the call? Because I know it was on the podcast last week.
I was a group.
We discussed it on the podcast last week now.
Maybe you discussed in the group,
Bro, there's Nigerian.
So many Nigerian names.
Bro, in Japan has Nigerian athletes. Do you get? They have athletes with Nigerian names.
Nigerians are everywhere.
everywhere.
Just to wrap up our topic about, incompetence, basically in Nigeria when it comes to sports. The lady you were talking about earlier, Steve, her name is Annette Echikunwoke, right? She was due to represent Nigeria at the 2020 Summer Olympics, but was disqualified due to the negligence of the Athletics Federation of Nigeria. She then changed allegiance and is now representing the United States at the 2024 Olympics. She holds the African area record in hammer throw. She holds what? She holds the Africa area record in hammer throw with a throw of 75.49 meters. I don't talk my own.
Do you know how talented you are?
You
have to be to represent America in the Olympics.
Bro.
That means you've gone through national trials. Hey.
Bro.
Hey.
You know how people are in America?
Do you know? God,
400 million?
Damn.
Do you understand? You know the amount of, you first have to probably have to do state level.
Yeah, state level trial, the national level.
For you to represent the US of A.
Yes.
State level, regional level, then I do national level.
National level.
Do you understand?
Collegiate level for yourself.
Collegiate level, they safe.
Because you guys represent if you're coming through school, you have to represent your college.
Your college,
your school. You know.
Smart.
She's the African record holder. They messed up her registration. She looked at it, you know what?
I can't do this.
First of all, she first initially said, I could represent America, but I can also represent Nigeria.
Yeah.
First of all, how many hammer throwers do you have in Nigeria? She's probably the only.
Yeah.
I don't know if not that I don't know. There for sure will be an association of hammer throwers in Nigeria. It will exist. There is an office.
Did you guys do short puts in secondary school?
We didn't do short puts. We did long jump, high jump.
I did short puts. I remember,
you did short puts.
Yes, I don't think these things exist anymore in this country.
They do. You still have people doing short put and all of that.
I'm at the secondary level.
No, all those ones they're gone.
They're gone. That's my point.
The only sport is football, and that's why you are seeing less and less women in sports.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Because the bar for entry into football for women. How many women's football team do you have on the youth level?
Yeah.
Do you understand? Sure. How many? Yeah. How many do you have on the Principal's Cup? Is there the women's version for Principal's Cup?
Yeah, I think about any girl now who wants to play football in my area here. They come to the pitch to play football, but they hardly choose them.
Yeah, they won't.
They won't. They hardly choose them. Like when the coach is choosing, she's an afterthought because the physical level is different. You know, different. It's different. I'm like, I look at them like that. These people are supposed to be playing with their mates. So how can she now develop into a professional athlete? So there's already a blocker.
Yeah.
Unless she goes to what they call Mushi, which is what's the name of this club? Robo FC, right? And this, how many can they take on? How many can Robo FC take on? Do you get
and when you mean take on, right? For people to understand, this thing goes beyond just having them come to the pitch and play. You are developing
you have
them.
to have it, a development
you understand?
plan.
And then you start to take care of all of them. This thing goes as far as their nutrition.
Thank you. Even monthly payments, because you're using it to play Nigerian female women's professional football league.
You have to put them on a salary.
So, how many?
It's tough. That's why what they are doing at Sporting Lagos with the academy, I'm really impressed.
Oh, very good. Academy is very Remo Stars is doing something fantastic now.
Oh yeah,
There's a couple of strong academies also in Nigeria that's springing up. Like that's I have high hopes for. So hopefully they get to. You know me, I've always stood by this idea. Like, if I have money, I will run an academy in Nigeria instead of a professional football club.
Yeah. And send the talents abroad.
That's my or every year I'm sure of selling getting 2 talents to play in Europe or anywhere. Get good money, bring it back to my team, start developing them also. So yeah.
That's like Afrobeats. Not all artists send them to foreign label.
And send them to foreign record label. That's it.
It's the same thing happening across board. Same thing with talent as well. Train talent here.
Even tech talents. Yeah. Even it's true.
Even petrol. Your petrol, it's crude oil now.
Even our crude oil are the same thing. They send and go foreign refineries.
Send it out to go and refine. Then spend money importing it back into the country.
Back again.
Oh my God.
I think. See, I want to know. Is Nigeria the only country? Is Nigeria? That's the name of this episode. Crude oil. Is Nigeria the only country that that has crude oil but has to send it out to be refined and bought back into the country?
I don't know,
I'm
but
not
I
sure.
don't know, Sha. I wouldn't, but I know that any other country that is doing it has to be African.
Or going through a civil war, something like that.
So it has to be an African country. Trust me, it has to be an African country.
Oh man, wow. Okay. All right, let's talk some music. Guys, I'm about to go into a rant.
Okay.
Yes, based on a hot take I have. I'm about to go into a rant, a hip-hop rant, right? I'm a very big fan of hip-hop. You know, I used to be a very big fan of hip-hop.
Until it's sold out,
Now Indian hip hop they're in now. Not the American hip hop. Now Indian hip hop they're in now.
No, I'm even talking about this. I'm even talking about hip hop in Nigeria, basically. Right?
Nigerian hip hop, yeah.
Yeah, hip hop in Nigeria is at.
No, after Ayo, it says Steve. What happened to Steve?
No, Steve is a bystander.
I'm a huge fan. I'm not going to discover the records. Just give me the records. I will listen to them.
Yeah, that's why I say,
It's true. Yeah. You're right with that assessment. In short, both of our assessments, Ayo's assessment and my assessment, are very, very correct. Yeah.
Thank you. We have a problem in hip hop in Nigeria, and I know what the problem is.
Okay.
So hip hop is having the least releases right now as a genre.
Yeah, and there's something talking about hip hop. There's something that we never discussed on the pod, and I will discuss it today with you. Let's go.
Okay, so we're having the least amount of music releases when it comes to hip hop in Nigeria, and sonically, right? The music too is not up there. Say for a few hip hop artists, and I'll explain why. It's just one problem. Do you know what the problem is?
What's the problem?
The problem is hip hop producers don't exist anymore. That's the main problem.
Oh, I saw AQ's tweet. Yeah.
Yeah. And he tweeted it, and I didn't understand what he was saying, but we had a conversation about it. Then I also went and did research. Afrobeats is thriving because you have the producers. And I all agree to this, right? The bedrock of any music or any sound or any shift in sound or the soundscape or whatever is the producers. As much as we like to
the music.
Thank you. As much as we like to praise what the Alter guys did, the bulk of the praise actually goes to the producers. What just happens in this case is that most of them that were artists were also producers.
Yes.
Odunsi,
Santi, but look at the likes of Higo. What's the name of the other guy that worked with DJ Yin? I've forgotten his name. He too very popular, but the bedrock of GMK, the Monster Boys now, GMK, Gino Bambino, and all of them. It was these guys that were creating the canvas for the music to be delivered on, or the painting in whatever context but you guys understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And so for hip hop, okay, quick trivia: name 5 hip hop producers right now.
No.
Do you see the problem?
Well, yeah, this has been a definite problem because producers have to switch to Afrobeats.
Is there any incentive for a producer now breaking out in the industry to say, you know what, let me, work with primarily hip hop artists? Is there any
There's
incentive?
No incentive
right now?
Because, well, it's not an incentive. It's more like, where is it more lucrative for me to be in?
Yes, that's my point.
Do you understand?
Where is it more lucrative? Yeah.
Where is it more lucrative for me to be in? You see the success of a record like Calm Down.
Yeah.
Rema's Calm Down, right? And what's his name? Andre Vibes, right?
And London.
London, and you look at the amount of money they made off that record. It's life changing.
Yes.
Their whole generation, and their friends, everything has changed. So you look at young producers coming up in the game, and they're looking at, okay, what is the indicator of success here? Is Afrobeat records. So even if you're primarily an like a hip hop artist or a hip hop producer, because that's what you want to make, you start patterning to what? To Afrobeats. So this is not a blame to anybody, but it's just a situation where we find ourselves. Whatever is your North Star is what you chase. And if your North Star is to be the most famous producer or the most successful producer, if you think creating Afrobeats records is what is going to get you there, then that's what you do. It's clear. That's what you're going to do. So everybody has then shifted towards what? Producing those records. And then it has led to the death. It has led to an absence of hip-hop producers who should be producing primarily hip hop records for hip hop artists. Now, you know what this has this has now created another snowball effect, right? Where the hip hop artists who are primarily hip hop artists, they can do other styles of music, but primarily they're hip hop artists. The problem they have now is they still have to work with producers, but now they are working with Afrobeat producers or Afrobeat adjacent producers. And so, thereby not creating the kind of sound they originally want to create. And then the music doesn't sound, one, authentic, and is not enjoyable. And I can give you clear examples. Number one example, I'll even give you Falz. Falz put out an album. He put out an album before he's put out a new EP before the feast, right? Yeah. And I listened to it. It's okay. Do you understand? But he put out an album before that album, right? It's called Bad. This was the first single, or this was the first song of the album.
There can never be another me. Oh no.
What the hell? What are we talking about? And you can, while you might call this a concept album, you understand, etc, etc, oh, I want to do this and XYZ, you can't deny the fact that it is happening because a lot of producers have shifted away from one original sound where all these guys used to play, where it's like you're in a playground and you used to have your friends who used to bring your toys, and with those toys you could construct like amazing things. They'll bring like a box of Lego, and then for you to now create whatever. There's no box of Lego and they brought something else. What are you going to do? You're going to play with the tools that you have around you. You look at like them Show Them Camp now, right? They moved from making regular, like, let's just say hip-hop music, and they've done more of the Palm Wine series, which is amazing, which is great, by the way. No, do you understand? Again, this is just like a breakdown or an analysis of what's going on. There's no right or wrongs here. It's just it's a situational analysis, right? And you can see the kind of music Sparks, amazing producer, has made for them. The Palm Wine sound. I mean, they shift away from it once in a while with the 2019 record, Clone Wars 4, which is a classic in my opinion. But beyond that, Clone Wars 5 wasn't a great album. And you start to look at the sound because now you are also using Sparks to make, like, he's done like the Palm Wine series, but you also want to use him to make like the regular hip hop you've been doing. And it's not working. Another example is like an Olamide host, Young John hosts, Feels is different. On Carpe Diem, what he did with Pre-Prime was amazing. You see how Pre-Prime gave him the records. But beyond that, it's also back to, like, who's the producer you're working with? What kind of sound are they giving you? And I think, like, a lot of artists need to do a lot of research. Same thing with MI's last album, even though MI produces, like, half of the shit himself anyways. What a talent. But, like, you listen to it and the records again, you understand, you're not giving me, even though you're giving you, it's a bit of trap, but you're not clear on it, but you want to do it. I think if you want to be a hip hop artist, like, double down and do it, or double down and do the commercial stuff, but like work with producers that aren't necessarily primarily Afrobeats. Do you get my point? Falz, I want you to give me this. Give me records like this.
No sense.
Falz, you need to link up back with Cess.
Shakarako alakori, emitimi olowo lapo mi. Follow one kid, the boy, just to go like zombie. OG, now God I take back. When I don't go feet to stop my fake flex. My phonetics, my complex. Teacher, don't teach me nonsense. Me, I want to rock the latest. Yeah, you know they feel my swag, they make sense. I they tell the boys of I go take spend. Even when I know I count it, they red. My mates, they reason how to make bread. Me, I see the one that I go take blend. I go need to talk for matter with trend. If I see the likes on top my JPEG.
That's what I want to hear. I want to hear hip hop. Give me hip hop. You understand? You can give me some commercial shit. Just give me my hip hop, right? Files needs to link up back with Cess. Cess is by the window mixing records. That boy looks lonely. Call him on the phone. Link up, please. Give me records.
That boy looks lonely.
Looks lonely by the window, just mixing records together. Man, this guy wants.
When was the last time they worked together?
Moral instruction.
Moral instruction. Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, Files, while you're calling Cess, please call TMXO. Come on, man. This is hip hop.
Johnny just drop. Now person shoot them down. Johnny where they innocent. Johnny where they new in town. Then kill him for just. For no just cause. Nobody feel come up for house. They no born us. Johnny no get privilege, but Johnny want more. He want go study. Johnny say he want be doctor. His family die for the same flaws. Same flaws when blood pop. Why we no fee be one bros? Why you wasting all the blood for? She not religion, I be culture. I be politician with a sponsor. What's me the thing with the cost war? Why you no stop to the drop blood? Why do you need it to swing it in machete? What's the point of the gunshot? Pause.
Guys, do you understand what I'm saying, guys? Do you guys get my point?
So my own point is, what is happening now is we are seeing rappers using Afrobeat producers to jump on Afrobeat sounds, right?
Which is not their fault, because hip hop producers aren't. You don't have mainstream hip hop producers anymore,
bro. Even if it's
and you don't have.
Even if it's mainstream,
you don't even have aspiring hip hop producers, which is usually what happens, right? So when there's a like a flush of sound, another like some new hip hop producers come into the space and take over. You know, like how Boy Wonder, Hit Boy came, they did their thing. DJ Monster, you know, somebody will come with his own sound again. So you don't have the young. Let me give you an example. There's a guy called Willis who produced this record for Files.
Get that. Anything I talk, make you talk am again. Talk am.
This guy is now producing like Afrobeat records. He doesn't do hip hop records anymore, because one record with Fino, he's the one that did the what's the name of that record? Highway.
That's the record with
Fino, the Highway. Willie is the Highway, right?
With DJ KYs, yes.
Yeah, with DJ KYs. DJ KYs featuring Fino. He produced that record. That record probably gave him more money than any other hip hop record has given him. So the boy's just going to be like, he's going to prioritize. So how do we move forward?
This now leads us to a big question: is how can hip hop music or rap music be viable in Nigeria? You know, we have pockets of artists, you know, who are viable, like Zola, Limide, Reminisce, but how can the genre be viable once again? That is the question.
I don't have the answer to that question. Yeah.
Now the thing first of all, there has to be the talent of there should be a talent for that, and that's where the production comes in, right? There needs to be investments in that place, and you also need the right artists. Let's not forget that artists are important to upscale hip hop from being a subgenre to now being one of the leading genres in Nigeria. You know, back in the day, we had artists we had the likes of Nito, MI, Ice Prince. These guys were not like just rapper. These were rappers that Nigerians knew because they were creating massive records. I think this next set of rappers that are coming out, you know, even though we have the likes of Odumodu and Charlie Poppy, we need more of those rappers who can make records that everybody listens to. Then producers will not be like, you know what, fuck it, I don't need to do this Afrobeat. I just do rap music and I'm still okay. I'm still okay.
I get your points, but and I'm glad you mentioned You mentioned Neto, MI, and Ice Prince, and these were rappers who were primarily rapping in English, right?
Yes.
So while I feel like the Odumodus and the Charlie Poppies, right, and me, I put them all in the class. You know, people who try
together.
People who try and class them and say, "Oh no, guys." No,
they are rappers.
They are hip hop artists. They do hip hop music. You know, cut it out. Don't even try and say, "Oh no, they don't." They do hip hop, correct hip hop music. Because what's hip hop? What's rap? Rhythm and poetry, sampling. They do everything. You know. But you mentioned those guys, and I'm like, so is it usually the artist, or do we just need people for them to create amazing sound? TY Mix VC Perez created the most amazing sound for NATO to flow on. Like without those guys, NATO wouldn't have, his career wouldn't have kicked off because they gave him the music bed for him to deliver, amazing music.
But imagine if NATO could not take it there.
Yeah.
No, that one did. See, at first, in fact, guy, provide the
Bedu.
You understand? The next part will sort it out.
You need people who are going to invest in the
first
music.
of all,
but look at sorry, Steve.
Okay.
Look at Native Records. That's like, fuck it. We are strapping ourselves to rap music.
And it's hip hop.
And it's working.
Exactly. Which kind of defeats the point of maybe hip hop is not blah blah blah. I don't think hip hop is going to be number one. Hip hop
let me hold your points on that. I think we are over exaggerating the scarcity of good hip hop sounds, because last year, out of the top 5 hottest artists last year, 2 were hip hop artists, right?
But if you try and do the data like that, you now make it look like once we start stretching the number, it increases, but it didn't increase.
No.
So you are saying after 2 of them, the top 20 is only it's just the only 2 of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you understand my point?
I understand now.
It's not proportionate. As you start expanding it doesn't.
I don't want to expand it for my agenda. Let's leave it to top 10.
I feel you.
About data,
yeah, it's dangerous. It's dangerous.
It's very dangerous.
Once you shake and small like this,
and I think that's the problem. I think like how many hip hop releases did we have from last year till this year? How many hip hop releases have we had this year?
Yeah, not that many.
Was Major Banks a hip hop producer?
He is a hip hop producer.
He is a hip hop producer, right? Yeah.
I don't even know how to even respond. I want to respond with
with a beat.
Major Banks. You have Major Banks, right? But Major Banks, if is not, this is arguably year 11 or year 10 for him.
Yeah.
2014 was No Gods, No Glory.
Was No Gods, No Glory.
And he started making those records since 2013, right?
13, yes.
So let's say this is
11 years.
Who are the hip hop producers in the last 5 years? And that's why I give props to like Anil Bliss, who discovered those guys. Like for every album. For Chili Chap Works, there are a couple of guys he discovered. For this new album, Sidekai, right?
The main guy, yes.
Skidder. He found the Skidder guy. So how do you start to find these young guys? And the way it works is that once you are successful, that project is successful, everybody rushes to that producer and wants to work with that producer.
I wants to work with the producer, yeah.
But we need more, and I think that's what the problem is. It's just the producers. The producers don't exist anymore. AQ was working with Beats by J, right? So since 2020, he's been on a roll with all the albums. But it has also been very interesting. Pre-2020, he was working with Beats by J. He and Beats by J created the classic God's Engineering. Then Beats by J, they now worked on Golden together, right? In 2021. Then he passed away. And that whole sound, is gone. It's just gone. And that whole sound that would have even inspired like younger producers to say, oh, this album was good, oh, blah, 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 blah. Let me work, let me do this. And so for him, on this new album he's just dropped, he worked with Brymo and Bigfoot on Ethos. But he could work with Bigfoot, right? Because who is more of a... Bigfoot can do everything, but like Bigfoot produces with Brymo. He's more of like a... How will I describe Bigfoot? Musical... like a musical producer. I won't put him in the hip hop box. He's primarily not.
He's well-rounded. He's well-rounded in like almost.
So working with Brymo on Ethos made sense, right? But beyond that, he had to go back to Ray X, AQ. He had to go back to Ray X, who produced his 2011 album, his 2010 album, The Past, Present, and Future. That's how far back he had to link up back.
With
Ray X on God's Engineering too, because he looked at it and said, "Who are the guys that can give me hip hop music?" And they don't exist. So on this album, he links up again with the name of the album is called Purple Doesn't Exist. He links up with Ray X again.
10 records.
He links up with Bionic. These are people he was working with 15 years ago, 14 years ago. So again, how do we get young hip hop producers start making hip hop music again?
Make it jiggy. Just look for investments.
God's Engineering, Moral Instruction. Which one again? I'm thinking about like the the last classics in the last like 5, 6, 7 years?
I would say I would put what do you call it? Show them comes Clone Wars 4.
Okay, show them.
Which one is Clone Wars 4?
Okay.
What's the title?
These
of
Buhari
it?
times.
This
Oh,
Buhari
damn
times,
it.
yeah.
God damn it.
That's an album. You know. So yeah, man, that's just my own thoughts on it. And I feel like a lot of guys, and you talk to these guys.
You need, like, sorry to cut you short. You need like 10 of native records to exist.
You need big record labels to really just power
and just say, look, we know Afrobeat is hot, but this is our agenda, this is our motive, and this is how we are running with it. Yeah.
So basically, it all boils down back to money. There's money at the end of the day.
You guys need some Russell Simmons in the building. You need some Russell Simmons at the end of the day.
Yep. So in summary, the reason why we're not seeing a big move shift in hip hop in Nigeria is just because we don't have enough producers to engineer new sounds to direct the sound, right?
Oh yeah.
Because the reason I was naming these classics was because the reason why it's few is because I'm not sure there've been enough shift in sound in Nigerian hip hop. For example, in American hip hop, when the New York sound, when the old sound started like just becoming shaky and stale, Atlanta came and just shifted the culture, right? In terms of how hip hop sounded, the voicing and everything.
And it came with their league of producers.
And came with their own league of producers. My problem now, my issue now is that now that we can count classics with just one hand, right? In terms of hip hop, and they all follow the traditional hip hop sound. You played moral instructions here. These are like traditional rappers, right? The likes of Odumodu, Charlie Poppy, right? We need more of those guys with also quality albums, like critical quality albums to sit. And once it's successful and it's quality and it's people gravitate towards it, it will now engineer a new sound and give us maybe another 4 or 5 year run. If you get.
Yeah. All right. Having said that, AQ dropped a new album. Purple doesn't exist. Let's see how it goes.
You're about to embark on an experience crafted from countless hours of passion, struggle, and dedication. This is more than just music. It's a testament to dreams pursued relentlessly, to stories told through beats and verses. This is the culmination of our dreams. Welcome to the cake business.
If you're listening right now, you're privileged. Got subscriptions, got data, get your head on straight. Yes, we've been afraid, now we begin to rage. This is food for thought with nothing on your dinner plate. Sensitive subjects just passing as my pen engage. I should tread carefully, reminded of my early days. What's the worst that can happen? We in the end of days. Vagabonds in power, the clowns have taken center stage. Let the poor breathe, make room, let's ventilate. Nothing to celebrate, we can make no lemonade. We ain't got no lemons, the melons don't broke our vertebrae. Living like a peasant, I'm watching the felons get away. But I'm hella straight, levitate to the Peligate. When I talk to God face to face, Father, tell me straight that He shows me everything and then I get enraged. Bow your head, let us pray.
Lord will guide you.
Shout out to Wizard Chan. Hey, do you fuck with Wizard Chan?
Who?
Wizard Chan. It's dope, right?
Chan. I know Wizard Chan, yeah, it's dope.
Go. Pray for your enemies, I'd rather pray for my friends. Cause enemies stay enemies, friends will take up jealousy. You can have what I have, you just gotta do the work. Or forever grab on my fabric whenever Gilbert works. APC holding brooms, PDP umbrellas. Black axe swinging axes, priest crosses and chaplets. Say the rosary, Hail Mary, I've been a Catholic. Son of John the Baptist, John O'Bandy for those who asking. No symbols, no secret societies. Just a man whose hands was blessed with prophesying things. Just a fan base that relates to my anxiety. Still on brand, I'm in demand for acts of piety. How the filters couldn't hold him back. How I never had the app, but I'm the one to snap. If you never knew my past in this concrete zoo, dolphin nested blocks of flat, that's concrete proof. Before I come see you, navy sweats made by Avirex. Save you the stress of getting paid on X, I'm saying less. Blocking all your baby steps, repaying debts, you may be next. May the Lord provide our daily bread. Yeah.
Hip hop, baby. Hip hop. That's what I'm talking about. Hip hop. That's the first track of the album. It's called Third John. I listened to the album. It's a dope album. What more can I say? Since 2020, AQ has He's actually improved and taken it to the next level. So all the bodies of work, and he's almost like he's trying to outdo himself on the next record and outdo himself on the next record and outdo himself on the next record.
Yeah. Improvements, yeah.
I like this record with BK. BK is like his prodigy.
Okay.
This record called Already Rich.
Welcome to the cake business.
Yeah. Young Guapo in a Mercy at Lago. Out in ABJ, but it feels like Cabo. She heard the accent and asked, are you from Lagos? Yeah, I'm from Lagos. I can't rap about being broke no more. Man, I'm already rich. Thought I'd never lose it all, I already. But I'ma make it back soon. Can't be a great player without a couple bad moves. Yeah. As I flip over my memory pad, brainstorming the greatest unwritten lyrics the industry has ever heard. A war between doing it for the culture and getting the bag stirs up in my consciousness, but I fight to admit it. Cause for every song I make, I ask myself like, would they feel it? But why should I care? What if my artistry was painted? Would I let them influence my brushstrokes? Fuck no. Now can I live? Can I Picasso in my casa without no boxes? Can I Van Gogh my Goya with no ears? Can I Basquiat with no caveat? Can I Matisse and Nice without selling a piece? Had a conversation with Q a couple days back. I told him lately it's been easier to rhyme, harder to rap. He said, how do you feel about this? I said, not good at all. And then proceeded to tell me something that enlightened me more. He said, the journey to greatness has never been an easy one. At some point you have to make a decision. Do you want to be famous or do you want to be great? I asked, is it one or the other? Can it be both? He said, very few have done this. Guess I'll be one of them.
This guy basically just curates our conversation somehow, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to be famous or do you want to be great?
Bro, this immediately after I listen to this track, I'm like, this BK. I always see this thing. I always see this name everywhere. Who is this guy? Bro, and I went to that East Grade Back something UP or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, this body rap. Oh. I have a hot take about this, about the Purple Doesn't Exist.
What's your hot take?
Is his best rapping on a non-mistake?
What do you mean by that?
It's not. I'm not saying like God's Engineering is a good album because like the quality of the records is. I'm talking about like the way EQ is flowing and rapping.
Just the flow of
rapping, the flow, the rap. I'm talking about the way he raps.
I think it's his best album.
I think this is the best rapping for me. I don't know, like apart from the is Son of John. You know how
that one is a cult classic for you.
Like, bro, the rapping on this album.
It's elite rapping. It's elite.
Yes. It's
elite rapping.
And the features too, not too much, just
I like the record we check.
What's the title of that
Flex
one?
on You.
Flex on You, yeah.
I like the record we check. I like Colorblind 1 and Colorblind 2, where he's basically curating conversations he had with people.
Yeah, that's true.
That was amazing. Colorblind 2 is talking from the perspective of an APC supporter.
Yeah.
But in the middle of the conversation, he now starts expressing how the economy they deal with.
Economy they bite down.
That was really dope.
And we saw that come into play in this during the protests. Did you see it? Where people who were paid to do the anti-protest, the guy went off script and started complaining about the prices of Gary. One I just came from back and say, I beg. Did you see the video? They go from back say, I beg on they go.
The guy no go. See that guy no go collect balance.
He don't go collect
balance. No go collect balance.
He don't go mess up contracts.
Yeah, man.
Because that person contract them, But yeah, going back to the album, I like every track on the album. I like the record he did for his late mom. That was
I also asked him. I would have loved to ask him the third John, the record with Wizard Chan. Did you have this record with someone else before, like Brymo, and you changed it?
Yeah, a lot of people are saying that Wizard Chan sounds like Brymo because
he
does. Especially at the beginning when you first hear it, you think is this Brymo?
You think it's Brymo because
it's Brymo vibes.
The relationship they've had before too. You think maybe it's a record they've done before,
then Wizard Chan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll give you a fun trivia here.
Okay.
There were two other popular artist he had on
this song.
On this song, but he ended up using Wizard Chan's version.
For real?
Yeah. But there were like 2 other versions. Because it's a dope beat. Yeah, with the beginning and and all of that. Let's play Colorblind 1. This is I like this one.
You know what? I'm not. Wait, before you play that track, Osagie. Disclaimer: I've not heard this album. And the problem is of internet. So when
you've been complaining about MTN,
no, I've not used MTN since Thursday.
Oh, shout out to you.
You've been giving MTN a tweet a day.
Yeah, MTN is reckless. Yeah, is highly incompetent.
I'll soon go and blow. I'll blow up on that.
It's a high level of incompetence.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't say you are going to do it. At least don't say you are going to do it on the pod.
Okay, I'm not doing it. I'm going to the office to make a complaint.
Your own is your own the internet thing or the NIN thing?
It's the internet thing, not the
okay.
to me with NIN issue.
Okay,
it's the internet stuff.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, anytime you can hear the album, please do.
Yeah, listen to it.
I'll definitely listen to it this week.
If money don't make the world go round, why do we kill and die? Is it really worth a life? Who determines a penny's worth right now? In this concrete jungle standing over you, we don't survive the end, so what's the use? Don't you see what's going on? It's all cool.
My friend pressures me to invest in foreign stocks. It's less risk if you buy Google, Apple, or Microsoft. Same friend is terrified of the AI revolution. With all your contributions, you invest in your ups. The deep fakes get deeper with each case. They offer a solution, then open their briefcase. They go public and you go fund for greed's sake. Then open a different company and give you a clean slate. Now, open AI is taking your take home. Perfect time to lay off labor in the tech zone. They got your replacement with accuracy and patience, and you're still in a place where you need money for cadence. So you invest more, they protect your tech more. Align with governments to invest in tech wars. They make life easy for you. They getting greedy on you. You get dependent on them, then they put their leases on you. Tracking and sprinting on you. The codes are written for you. The JavaScripting on you. The Python is gripping on you. So many product managers are ripping off you. Till you realize the only product is you.
That's the vibes from live reports.
This message behind this verse that you just played.
Yeah.
When I heard it, I was like, man, Osagie is that friend. I was like, no. Osagie is not afraid of the AI revolution. You guys, I swear. But the context of this verse is the conversation that you usually have about.
Yeah, I always push you guys to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to Colorblind 2.
With your hands up in the air, you want some more.
So if you notice, Colorblind 1 goes into Colorblind 2.
My friend called me, said the elections are over. Believe in this government, give them a chance for atonement. It's our time to get political appointments. We got people in power, let's position for employment. We can change things from inside, let things slide. Forget tribalism, I could walk it out from this side. I know they rigged it, I know a couple people died. A little evil for a greater country is the sacrifice. Obi will get his chance on the next one, respect to him. You could be in position to help out next elections. Let's forget about the last 8 years for a second. And in 1 year, this government has broken that record. Has to get worse to get better, you know this already. The Naira is floating already, and we hoping it steadies. Keeping the subsidy would have never been feasible. The current PMS prices is a necessary evil. Check the prices of other countries and compare. And don't forget the Dangote refinery is here. The changes might be slow, but it's still gonna come. He's increasing the minimum wage and the average income. All those guys with Jagba see, they go regret them. Opportunities don't Jagba guy, make we connect them. I swear, exchange rate has been killing me this year. My family is abroad and the dollar equivalent of what I earn is exhausting. But I'm sticking to the end. I could have gone to Ayo with this, but I'm calling you instead.
Hello, you there?
My data is fucking up, and Starlink has gone up to 440 plus Q. The inflation is really bad. I had to cut down my expenses. My salary couldn't brag. It's crazy how they classified electricity into bands. The tariff is super high for my flat for Lekki side. While I don't they call me since I don't slide. His health is getting worse. His drug price is suicide. Bro, make me link up fast and amplify. But first, I bet I feel see small thing for your side.
This is what I like. This is rap. This is social commentary.
Yeah.
This is rap. This is social commentary. Putting this into a record, you know, it's dope. It's dope. You guys should check the album out.
That's a verse from a political Twitter influencer's point of view.
The one that they did not pay. They did not pay.
The one that they did not pay.
Based on belief.
Based on belief.
Because the ones that they paid, they've jackpot.
They jackpot, of course, now.
So they are tweeting from there. They're enjoying all the resources from the country they're in. They're paying their taxes, enjoying the resources.
Man.
You know. Anyways,
This rap.
Yeah, you guys should check it out. It's called Purple Doesn't Exist. And, you know, prior to that, just understanding that the color purple actually doesn't exist.
It's a secondary color.
Yeah, so it's a combination of blue and
it's a mixture
blue and red.
Yeah.
Are you people explain it to people that didn't go to school, Abby?
This guy. Okay, let me read it. All right.
Do you know I'm very poor with secondary colors? Like I don't know, like I might see
primary colors, secondary colors.
No, primary color is primary color. Everybody knows primary color.
Hey, once you don't know primary color, you don't know secondary. Any other thing when they bring on.
I don't know what my own difference. So, you know, the secondary one, like I might see purple now and say it's like okay, purple, pink, purple. I say purple and pink are very, very.
Oh, you mean identifying them?
Identifying them. That's what I'm saying. I can't identify. Like identifying them is a problem for me.
I think my daughter is doing way better than not that I think she's killing me on colors. I told her one time that's green. She said no.
Okay, you know what?
Teal.
Let me correct. Let me recontextualize this.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm bad, but my kids are killing me.
They're killing me too.
They're killing me. That's the point. That's the point. Like there's a pronouncing some colors. I'm like, I don't understand.
Like, where are you learning these colors?
This thing, bro.
I said that's green. She said no, that's teal. I looked at her like teal. I told her the other day so that's peach. I said the only peach I know is a fruit.
They not teach us peach or not just school.
I don't understand. You go call something something brown. They said no, it's maroon. By the way, that's the best Arsenal jersey. That maroon jersey.
Right?
Yeah, it's a classic. That was Nike,
Yeah.
They will bring it up, but yeah, with Adidas now, so they can't bring it back.
Yeah.
Anyways, so why purple doesn't exist? The color purple doesn't exist in the real world. Apparently, it's true. A rainbow light from red to violet floods our surroundings, but there is no such thing as purple lights. Purple only exists in our heads, right? It says we can see from example yellow light which sits in the spectrum between red and green because yellow light excites both our red and green cones. Green light, blah 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 blah. Okay, so why? So where was purple? Violet and purple are not the same. As we know, violet is out beyond the blues. Purple is a mixture of red and blue, a very different animal. But when you look at the spectrum midway between red and blue, you find green. There is no space for purple, and yet we can definitely see purple. How can this be? A cue lies in two ways we can see or perceive yellow. I don't know why it goes back to yellow. This is not a great breakdown. I'm sorry. Let me go and look for something that gives me a better breakdown. Okay, thank you. Science boss probably already know this, but I didn't. And please correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm paraphrasing. The human eye can see a range of colors between ultraviolet and infrared. We see violet when lights come into our eyes and triggers blue with a hint of red. On the flip side, purple doesn't exist anywhere along the light spectrum, so it isn't a spectral color. Purple is a color our brains create when an equal mix of blue and red hit our eyes. Same goes for magenta, which is also not a spectral color. So basically, it's not even a secondary color, it's nothing. It actually doesn't exist as a color. It is not in the spectrum, it's not anywhere. But when there's an equal color of red and blue, right? When there's an equal mix of red and blue, when it hits our eyes, it creates purple. It's amazing. So it's actually just in our brains.
It's actually just in our head. Yeah.
So that's the whole concept.
So it was
of
like, how did the concept of the nomenclature come out then? If it's something that was like the word purple, like giving it a name. Do you get?
Yeah, because what must have happened was people kept seeing it now, equal mix of blue and red. So then go just name and say,
it's true.
But I'm sure there's a nomenclature that goes back maybe as far as Latin or something.
Maybe,
that represents, this is a color, equal mix of blue and red.
True.
Right. So, like, why did he name his album this? He actually tweeted this a few hours ago. He says, when we observe what we call purple, our brains are actually interpreting the combination of red and blue light. This combination creates a sensation that we perceive as purple, but it is in reality an illusion, a construct of our minds. The idea that purple doesn't exist goes beyond mere color theory. It is a metaphor, a symbol of how our perceptions can deceive us, how reality can be more complex and enigmatic than it appears. As you reflect on this album, let the concept of purple doesn't exist remind you to question, to explore, and to seek deeper understanding. Just as purple challenges our understanding of color, let my music challenge your perception of reality. All right, man. Into other music, what do we have? What have we got? Yep.
Ayo, you must have listened to this album, Ayo.
You said MTN.
Which one?
MTN was messing him up.
Chike's album, man. You didn't listen to it?
I listened to it before it came out.
Okay, you listened to it before it came out. Okay. Was it better than this is the second album, the third album, sorry.
Third album, yeah.
Yeah, the third studio album, yeah.
Third studio album. Is Son of Chike on par with the first album, with the first album? Both of the
that first album was like a classic now.
It's a classic. Which one is like is it a classic?
Both of the Bullets.
It's a classic.
Everybody calls
it a classic.
I don't think it's a classic, but I think it's a really good album.
Are you sure?
I think it's a really good album. But it came out in 2020. It's his first album. Then people did that hysteria thing on Twitter. Then the narrative locked in. So do you understand? Like once that narrative locks in,
I think people didn't expect. I think people didn't expect him to drop such a good album.
Me, I was expecting him. I didn't expect anything less from Chike. Like, it's a really good album, The Bow of the Bullets. Like, the guy does. This is one of the people that are keeping R&B alive in Nigeria. And even when he has dabbled into more indigenous sounds.
It's still R&B. That element is the primary element is R&B.
Yeah.
Have I ever given you guys my Chike story?
No.
I don't like. I never liked him. Because
I remember.
I told you now, from 2014 to 2016, I was covering a lot of reality TV shows, like talent on shows.
Yeah.
He was on Niger Sings, Project Fame.
Yeah,
he was everywhere. And like this guy, and me, I don't like that project. I don't like the reality singing show pipeline. I don't think it works. Apart from Iyanya, Maomi, Timmy, like the percentage is
no. You see, you don't call 3 people already. In fact, the pipeline was really good. The pipeline just stopped.
It's true.
Maomi,
out of how many
Mercy Chinwo, Chike now.
Chike. Don't forget Nini Ola.
Which one Nini Ola do?
Nini Ola is Project Fame now.
I didn't know.
Nini Ola is Project Fame.
Should we rethink that our theory?
The project stand on it because what's the data?
Okay. Data guy, give us the number.
No, if you stretch the
data. Thank you.
I just stretch the data, and I called up to like 8 people now.
How many contestants?
How many years?
Mind you,
how many contestants?
Mind you, now winner supposed blow. Mind you. But I named more than even the winner now. The problem is that if you are looking at it through the lens of who were the winners of each one.
Who were the winners,
I'm not looking at it through the lens of who were the winners. I can't remember. Yeah, I'm not looking at it through that lens. I'm just looking at it as who came out of it. Of course, reality show is reality show. They will hype up.
Osagie hired me as his manager one day and sacked him the same day. just because we were going on MTN project film. He was going as a
yeah. I was going as a like a coach or like
a coach,
an advisor,
an advisor, yeah.
It was my manager for that day. One day manager. But the funny thing that you mentioned now. Funny enough, like 2 days ago, right? 2 or 3 days ago, my daughter asked me if I was ever on a reality TV.
For real? Yeah.
And I told her no. I said no, I haven't been on reality TV. Then I remembered, and I said, oh yes, I have. Then I said it might be on YouTube, and then I googled it. It was there.
For real?
Yeah, she saw. She saw me there. And she was like, that's my daddy.
That's dope. Please send me the clip. I love that period. I even love the presentation, the way you spoke, everything.
I'll send it to you. Yeah,
I loved it.
Steve,
why did you sack me as a manager? I'm going. You don't get money to pay me.
Steve, I want to ask you one question.
Ayo, shoot. I like your question already.
Did you collect 10%?
Exactly.
No, I must have given you 10%. I must have given you 10%.
No, because that job is not free. I know Project Fame. Project Fame is not.
Now why you sack me? Now it clicked.
Shout out to Ultima Studios. I behave like a typical Afrobeat artist. Blow up and fire your first time manager.
Yes, sir.
It's a standard for Afrobeat talent. Yeah. Once you blow up like this, you start that your first time manager, you start to look at him funny. You understand? Because you now have calls coming from the UK. Okay, basically right now, you're the hottest Afrobeat artist. So we have things lined up for you. Is this something your manager can do? Do you want me to take these things off?
You just look the guy from Rio and Trench. He said, this guy knows.
Yeah, the guy they hold your towel. Guy, they hold your towel. You know that? Now they help you organize local babes. Now they bring your. Now they hold your. What's in your crusher?
Your weed.
They hold your crusher. You just look same, man.
Okay, back to Chike. You said but the first one is a very good album, not a classic.
Nah, it's a great album, man. It's like a 4.
I said this one is not on par, right? Why do we do that, sir?
Why do we compare albums?
I do it a lot.
But it's not that it's bad. It's not bad.
Okay.
No, it's not bad. Son of Chike. I listen to it as well. Chike is not like my, something I'm always going to listen to, but I respect him and he makes good music, but not right up my alley.
Has this signed because they're no longer using the independent branding for him? Has this signed?
I don't know.
I think he's still an independent artist. What they just do is they just sign distribution deals. And those ones just give them like an advance or like money up front. Yeah,
that's true.
So basically maybe still in Disha. Because they've not made any announcement yet.
Which is also dope. For someone like him, you would expect someone like him to quickly sign up with a label because you can't handle all of that. But him and Ogagu, shout out to Ogagu Sakpaidi. They've been doing this from the very start.
From the beginning. Yeah.
And
I look at Chike and I look at Chike, the concept of collaborative album can't just stop coming to my head. Like someone
I like to see a Chike AQ.
Him and Caveman.
I like to see Chike. I like to see Chike Ladipo. I like to see,
Yeah, I like to see,
Yeah. That would be a good one.
When he did the record with AQ, that was dope. In fact, that was the first idea of a collabo that came to AQ's mind before he ended up being with Brimo.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to see, Chike, I want to see you flex on, like
rap, hip-hop records.
Any kind of
record. Maybe with Caveman, whatever it is.
I want to see a Chike Tiwa Savage record.
Yep.
That'd be nice.
Like that. You know how Patoranking spreads his wings with, features and collabs in different spaces. I want to see Chike do something like that. I think he can do it. His pen game is great.
From someone from the street music, for how he has really carried himself in terms of seeking education, the kind of like CSR he's doing.
Patoranking.
Who is
Patoranking
that?
Is like
Pato is one of
Patoranking is on another level. Like I see him, I love who he is as a person, the branding.
That's a good story. That's a good story there.
It's a fantastic story.
I hope he can tell his story to inspire people. Yeah, a lot of people out here that should not be inspiring other people. Get the hell out. Close your Instagram page.
They should not have a platform. They should not even have a platform.
Yes.
They should not even have a platform.
Let me behave like the left. Deplatform him or her.
That's the.
Somebody just woke up one day and said deplatform somebody.
Yeah.
God. Anyway, shout out to Chike, Son of Chike, new album. I love the album cover as well. Very, very original look. Victoria Kimani also dropped an album. I don't know if you guys follow Victoria Kimani. This is like her 5th album. Yeah. And Mood for Life. I listened to the album too. Dope. You should
I
check it
mentioned
out.
my name. I mentioned my name.
Remember how
Okay.
Osagie tortured us one day on our ride home? I said was listening to Victor Akimani's song.
No, you know what? You guys are very rude.
Osagie has suffered also.
You guys are very rude.
Osagie has suffered.
I remember.
Osagie suffered us.
You guys are very rude.
And now his car. And it was his car. So
It was his car now.
That's very rude of you guys. That's very rude of you
Yeah,
guys.
that's very bad. It's not a flashback.
Victor Akimani? You're going to listen to some Victor Akimani now. For what you've just done. Come on.
Wanna go far away for the weekend. It's payday and I'm peeking. See the sunset and I'm reaching.
You're going to listen to Victor Akimani. How can you do that to Victor Akimani? Anyway, she's dropped her fifth album. It's called Mood for Life. Mood for Life. Her debut album, Safari, is one of my favorites. But yeah, she dropped a new album. It's called Mood for Life. Then I discovered, well, I didn't discover. She's out there and I've been seeing a lot of tweets and stuff. A young lady called Amaya. She dropped an EP, I believe, called Like a Flower.
Yeah.
Amazing vocals, amazing voice.
She's from South Africa or Nigeria?
I believe she's Nigerian, right, Ayo?
She's Nigerian.
Yeah.
That I believe of, yeah. The marketing has been heavy.
Yeah, yes, the marketing has been heavy. Bro, like, really good album. Good EP. I enjoyed it. She's singing well.
Loving me is such a chore. I got pain inside.
Yeah.
That I won't let go. Oh, and I feel so cold when I hear your name. When I feel your hand, I just flow down like water, like earth, blow pretty flowers. My hair blows like leaves in the wind. My heart burns like fire.
That's good stuff.
It's really good.
That's good stuff. Yeah. Anyways, that's it for music. Let's get into fan mail real quick. Shout out to everybody writing fan mails. Just want to say some people have like double written, and we have to just go through the flow, guys. I'm sorry, like it's a lot, but we have to take it 4 or 5 fan mails every episode. We have an Ask the Giants as well. Problem not the finish. You know, but this is from part 2. It says, thanks a lot for what you guys are doing on the pod. You guys have literally become a part of my productive Monday routines. I always look forward to the next episode. I don't know if you can recall, sometime last year, I sent an Ask the Giant. I was that 26-year-old graduate who was in a dilemma between going for an MSc in a country like our dearly beloved or mastering my skills. Yep, you guessed right. I did what you'd call a pro right now, all thanks to your insights.
Let's go!
From the Good Vibes episode, a giant asks for a probable way out of the economic situation in Nigeria. If he or any member of the community is interested in learning how to trade CFDs, Forex, my brother. Anyways, they should head over to my X handle, Olof Patrick, OLOF Patrick. Follow and hit my DM with the keyword LT Giant. Can you consider this as promo? Is this advertising?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, but he's trying to, put people out of their economic.
Tell me voice.
I bet if you go there, he's just selling the courses.
As the Forex.
You go sell them.
Forex.
You go sell them.
All these Forex boys.
You go sell the courses.
All these Forex boys.
You go sell them.
Anyways, it says I got my TG link on my X handle of proof of integrity on my skill here, so there's nothing to worry about. Nigeria is a mess economically. The government can't help us. We are all we've got. P.S. AOT2, about your wedding, is our Igbo Stallion single.
Those are two different questions. I don't understand the question you asked.
Is he assuming if you were going to get married, you get see if you're going to get married to Ugochi, it actually helps me because I don't need to know somebody new. Do you understand? Like I don't have the bandwidth to be knowing someone new and
You don't have the
learning who the
bandwidth to
person is.
know-
You understand?
This is adulthood. Like this is fatherhood speaking. Like no strength again. Like no. Like, I'm not tired.
It's done that chair. It's done that chair.
I don't have the bandwidth to be meeting someone new and learning who the person is. Like it's a lot. So if you guys, both of you actually do me.
So you've already done the knowing.
But yeah, both of you actually do me a favor if you both get married.
Oh,
I'm just saying, yeah, it does me a lot of. I don't because imagine, Ugochi's new boyfriend, he likes this, so this is the kind of person he
That's
is.
true. That's two people you have to know now because
Bro.
Ugochi's partner, and I just okay.
Bro,
I get
so if both of them just say they're getting married, first of all, East Coast, West Coast. So shout out.
Yeah,
again.
that's all.
You
That's
understand?
all. That's
Which is our agenda here. We're trying to unify.
We're trying to unite the country, now.
You understand? And number two, I don't need to know anybody at fresh.
No new friends.
No new
No new friends.
I don't know if other people can relate to this, but please. You have two friends and two of them say they want to get married. Thank you.
Let's do it.
No, we say you go come know another person. He doesn't like to eat this, or he is this kind of person. Or he said, come on, man. Too much drama.
Or worse, he's a leftist.
He's a leftist, he's a rightist, whatever. The platform her. Anyways, this is from Anon. You didn't answer the question, so I think the question is
You should ask Ugochi if she's in a relationship. I cannot answer that one.
Okay.
You don't shave a man's head in his absence.
Okay.
So-
And for you are not in a relationship with anybody, but you don't know if anybody's in a relationship with you.
I'm a redeemed camp. I'm seeking the face of the Lord. We're a redeemed
All right.
camp.
This is Anonymous from Canada. Our regular writer. He says, you guys gave a stellar episode 2 weeks ago. Please, Osags, we all know you are Bini, but let Ayo talk. Don't silence a strong black man's voice. Ayo, now wow, they're writing for you. You all are making Rema's album sound like the best thing since sliced bread, but it is. Tomorrow you will all be offended when he refused to judge the boy's art by the normal standard. Please allow people to critique his music. When Ayo called Vector's Lafiaji album average, it hurt me, but I had to take it because it was an expert that was speaking. Hey, now wow. Okay, Osags, if you're a true and objective music critic, please tell us 3 issues you have seen with Rema's album, unless you want to tell us the album is perfect, which it isn't. It's perfect. Okay, it's perfect. It's perfect.
Osagie go 10 toes down on that agenda.
Oh, of course, there are things to improve on the album now, definitely. But again, it's a good album, but there are things to improve on the album. It's shaping up some. Actually, I don't see. Let me explain to Steve. Give me one of your favorite albums. It's like Jim Jones. What's the name of that favorite Jim Jones album you have?
On My Way to Church.
On My Way to Church. Is it a classic? Probably not, right?
No.
But it's a great album, right?
Yeah.
But if they not tell you, okay, tell me 3 things that are wrong with the album, you probably don't have 3 things to say.
I don't have 3 things to say because I connect with it too much. I can't say it.
Exactly. That's my point.
I can't say it. Yeah.
Anyways, it says, I would like to respond to AOT2's critique of Nigerian political parties. Ayo, thanks for noticing the terrible state of the Nigerian political party system. I agree with you on that point. Nevertheless, political parties are tools and platforms that can be well utilized when placed in the hands of well-meaning individuals. As David Ondenyi once suggested, young people need to infiltrate popular political parties and form voting blocks in them. This is one of the ways to change them. The change comes from within. Creating new political parties might be an ideal route, but a very long and impractical one. Imagine if you had 100 people who think like you join your political party branch. That is where real change lies. Yes, you will have to hold your nose to the current level of smelly fuckery and participate in their activities, but you have a better chance of correcting the effery of an established political party than building one that takes tens of years to establish. The people who are in those political parties know the power those platforms wield. which is why they will remain the way they are. Young people need to infiltrate these spaces and begin to contest for elected offices because guess what? I'd rather have any of you three as a governor of most Nigerian states than the current individuals there. Please, this is something you should consider. You could consider. I think I agree with his point there. It's better to infiltrate a
let me
working
tell you why I
system.
don't agree. The only people that would have infiltrated APC, the other person is in jail now, and that's Hush Puppy. For you to come and infiltrate the two traditional parties, you must have illegal money. A lot of illegal money to come, settle delegates, blah, blah, blah.
But on the flip side, like what Anonymous Canada is saying, if you have the power of numbers, you can also upset it.
I don't think so.
No, if you are voting, it's simple, right? Okay, so how are political party branches broken down into? Say you have one in Ojo local government.
Yeah, and
you now have 1,000 young people join the party. Say the party has maybe 900 members or even 1,000 members.
They will buy them because they have the money. As long as those people are Nigerians and they're hungry, they will buy everybody. No bother yourself.
They go buy them.
Do you know the amount of money these men have? Bro, go and look for it. Go to a party primary. You don't see Naira notes. Not dollars. Well, this is not to discourage anybody. Go and flood APC and PDP. No while. We are waiting.
Because I'm just thinking, right? If you have 1,000 people who are locked in, that's also another thing. They have to be locked in. They have to share the same ideals.
Thank you. Ideologies and stuff like that.
Yeah. If they share the same ideals, then they can start to change things within that political party. But you're saying to find those 1,000 people that share the same when you have not eaten all day.
Yes, now when the fundamental problem still exists, I'm just being a party people. Maybe it's possible, but I don't see it. So it is what it is.
Okay, it says, as I've also said before, Nigerian politics will still come for everybody. Nigerian politics is the main threat to your business, job, livelihood, health, connection to home. For me as a diasporan, community living, and everything you cherish. The current level of impoverishment is a consequence of the Nigerian politics and policy, knowingly and unknowingly. Dangote is probably feeling it now. I laugh at the elite class who think business will thrive under the current guy. Bad logic and terrible calculation. If people think the current guy there will leave Nigeria alone after 8 years, then you aren't paying attention. We thought the same for Lagos State, and we can now see that it has become a rentier state for one person. I won't say beyond this. If you know, you know. Have a wonderful week. This is from another Anonymous. I got married at 21 in the year 2016 when the dollar started flexing on the naira. I was schooling abroad, couldn't deal with the tuition fee that had doubled, and I turned to a girl I was seeing then to marry to avoid deportation. That's a lot.
Okay.
Anyways, she pressured us to live together and I succumbed. I was young with no mentor, having just moved abroad, and to learn practically everything myself. And I had to learn practically everything myself. I have never shown this woman romantic love or anything special because I expected her to live for herself. After 4 years, she bore a child for me. We have had many breakups to the point where I could see other girls and live alone. She constantly bullied the girls that I have dated and succeeded in bringing me back when she threatened that I wouldn't see my child again. Anyways, she is visiting me right now with my kid. I told her I don't like her style of parenting and basically anything about her. I have constantly body shamed her and even spent money on surgery and trainers to make her my type. But she's not a hard worker on anything but cleaning the house. She has no educational qualification. I hold a master's degree. Communication is dead and has been ever since. The first time I heard Steve talk about how our politician stuff can lead to several adverse effects, that shit got to me because bad governance actually made me make this choice. Wild thoughts, I know. I told her my mind and I said we can still work things out. She comes to my house, sees a female pad and gets mad. I'm like, didn't I just a few days ago tell you I am not attracted to you and how I felt for the 9 years. I really feel like she lacks emotional intelligence and pride as a woman because she keeps trying to come back, and I have been a slave to caring about my child. I want to know what you guys your take on this. As for me, I have never been attracted to her. I have and I have since learned that I should never sleep with a woman that I'm not attracted to just in case. I will eventually divorce her. I just want to hear you guys take on it, but feel free to give me advice if you think I am making a mistake to finally get over her and find a woman for me. I will hand this over to Steve immediately.
My only advice is that you should be fairer to this woman in how you talk about her and how you describe her and how you relate to her. You essentially use this woman during the most difficult period of your life to get your papers. You married her because of papers, and she was there. So she had actually played a very, very big role, important role in your life to maintaining status in a foreign country and a country where things have obviously gotten better for you. Two, she has your kid. She's the mother of your child. If you be fairer in the way you describe her to people when you're talking about her, the way you talk about her, a little more, not a little, with much more, talk to her with much more respect, first of all, then and see where your relationship ends and goes from there. It can either lead to divorce, or you guys will get better and be in a relationship or whatever it is. But I want you to calm down, be more respectful, and be more human in your interactions with her and your interactions with your child. That's it.
Very well said, Steve. I couldn't say it better. I think he just needs to respect her more. You know, the way you've described, and I know you're pouring out your feelings to your guys, but hey, got to keep it 100. From the way we see it, from my own perspective, I think this woman just played a vital role in your life. And you need to go back to that very moment you met up with the woman and that decision you made. You knew what you were doing when you made that decision? Nobody was deceiving anybody then. It was a conscious decision and effort you made. And if things have gone sour and there's no love in between and everything, I think it just goes to respect first, like Steve said, and anything can build up from there. But like, don't go and start a war when you can always just sort things out. Don't go and start a war.
Don't do that.
You know. So, my brother, take it easy. Small. Now, one life deal, small. And you guys share a kid together. Your kid is going to grow up. See, as a parent, the number one thing you're trying to do for your kid is avoid all types of trauma.
Yeah, trauma for that kid. Yeah,
for that kid.
Because it affects the way he or she relates with the opposite sex, their relationships, their interactions. There's so many things. The long-term implications of what we are doing, right? The relationship between that girl and you. Think about the long-term implication of that on your child. And I think you make better decisions with that.
God bless you. All right. That felt like an Ask the Giants.
Yeah, it felt like it.
Yeah, it is actually.
Well, maybe that's the first Ask the Giants. We have another one. Hey guys, I've been a long time fan. I'm right from the old pod. You three have influenced me so much. As a huge music and pop culture lover, you've helped shape me in many ways. So shout out to you guys. Shout out to you too. I have some issues I'm worried about, and I want to build some context. I'm 32, a graduate with an MSc. I do some freelancing work that makes me a bit comfortable and at least able to take care of my family to some extent. I'm currently dating a 25-year-old who is a graduate and currently serving. Don't put this on Twitter, they'll kill you. They'll say you're 32 and she's 25, that you're grooming her.
Predator.
There's nothing they won't say on Twitter. Anyways, that's just a side note. Just bants, my brother. The girl is from a religious background. Her dad is a pastor. I was raised in a Christian home, and my dad is a pastor as well. However, I'm not all that religious. I believe in God and participate in church activities as much as I can, but I'm not deeply committed. My girlfriend, on the other hand, is the opposite. She wants to remain a virgin until marriage, but engages in serious foreplay, which I taught and initiated, including cunnilingus. I feel that's hypocritical because it's committing a sin, right? Which she's afraid of. I don't know. I love music and pop culture. I listen to all kinds of music, but she only listens to gospel music. Although she tells me she has no problem with it, I can tell she doesn't like it when I play other music. So I try to play gospel music sometimes when she comes over. She insists on morning devotions every day when she stays over. I mean, it's good, but I'm not the type to do all these things regularly. Just this Sunday, I didn't feel like going to church, and she felt it was a big deal. She made me feel like I'm committing a major sin for not going to church. Another issue is that my girl is insisting on going back to school to study nursing, which will take another 4 years to graduate. She says we can get married even if she's in school, but I don't think I want to wait another 4 years before having a child. She insists she can give birth while studying nursing, but I feel she might not be able to cope with the pressure of nursing. And in addition, payment of school fees and all these expenses come with nursing. I'm not so sure I can handle that. As economy they talk, I have tried talking to her to take up a job after the NYSC, but she said nursing is her dream and she wants to try the entrance exam one more time because she did this last year and she didn't get. I'm sure you're trying to say she didn't get it. I take care of all the girl's needs, including her business, which I give her capital for, rent, upkeep money, etc. I love this girl. She's the kind of person I want my kids to grow up under, but I don't know if our differences are too much. I don't know if I should break off the relationship now before going too far. We've been dating for 7 months now and have known each other for over a year. Let me start because let me start, right? This is coming from someone whose wife is very religious as well. My wife is very religious. You guys know already, right? My wife loves Jesus very well. This is not a problem, my guy. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I was talking about at the start of this episode.
That's look you laugh.
Both of you are worshiping God. You don't know people where they worship God and another person they worship Ogun. What see you won't come do with that one? This is not a problem. All these things you are mentioning, this is not problem. You know what you have to do, my brother? You have to meet people halfway. Where should we start from? You say you play worldly music, she plays gospel music. You know,
use your earpiece, they listen to music. No?
I don't understand. Use your earpiece, they for day. What they worry you? Buy earpiece, go down the road. Mala, give me earpiece. Or go to the Apple store, anyone that you choose. Go and get an earpiece and listen to your worldly music in your ear and let her play her gospel music. How is that a problem? Morning devotion. How long is morning devotion, my guy?
Not stand.
How long is morning devotion? You do patapata, you do 3 songs, do Baba, Eshe, Baba, you do in the morning, early in the morning.
If you want to make it in the shorts, begin lead down.
Lead down.
Lead down.
Steve don't did there. Steve don't did this kind. You understand? Now you go lead down. What are you saying? Okay, let me ask you a question. Why do you think she's doing the morning devotion and praying? Why do you think she's doing it?
Okay.
She's doing it because it's a lifestyle. She's doing it. She's praying for you and her.
She's praying.
She's praying for you and her. You're praying for your family. I don't understand. What's wrong?
You're rather married person when they go club every Friday, every night.
What go tell you say, see, I they go club.
What do you want to do?
This is not a problem. You are overthinking this thing, my guy. She says she wants to be a virgin before she gets married. Bro, it's a decision she has.
Bro, it's her body.
If you don't want to do because of that one, then waka come out. I don't want any fighting. You can't distract yourself, say, this one she gave.
And you say you make out. And you say you make out.
You are the one that taught her the foreplay.
Thank you. You say you spoiled that girl.
You don't spoil that girl.
You spoiled that girl.
You taught her foreplay and she had agreed to it. This thing is just a principle that is in her head. My guy,
you never have a relationship with her for.
Here's another angle, my guy. All these things which they do, when in marriage, she said go meet you halfway.
It's simple. You don't understand.
Yeah. She said go meet you halfway. She goes to say, this guy they try for me. Okay, make himself do you. Make himself
exactly. Okay, if you know go church on Sunday, no be problem. You don't understand stuff like that.
You understand? Say you know go church. Go. Let me tell you. When I started dating my wife, she said she wants to take me out on a date. I parked my car in front of the office. She came. She drove her car. Where are we going to? She says it's a surprise. On a Wednesday. Where did we end up at? You won't believe. Evening service, House of the Rock.
House on the Rock.
That was our first date. I said, wait with this. What's going on here?
What's going on here? You are spiritually compatible.
Do you understand? How some the
God.
rock evening service Wednesday 6:30 or 6 o'clock.
That's it.
So what are you talking about? Oh, this it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Your popsy and pastor just say worldly something. My guy, don't mess up this thing.
For the nursing
Now,
one, is an explanation. Continue, my guy. Continue.
yeah, the nursing thing we want to talk. Let me tell you from a perspective, and I understand where you are. You are 32, but she's 25. You have to understand if she says she wants to do this thing for 4 years, and she says she can have the baby while she's doing this thing. Yeah, this is also not a problem. This is somebody that is also very ambitious. Do you understand? She's ambitious. She says she can actually do it and still, get pregnant and have your baby. Your own job here is to make sure you support her and provide all the things necessary to make her successful. You never see people who talk, say they no one work, then they house. I cannot do all these ones and be having your baby and doing this, me, I'm at home. You have to provide all the money. So you have somebody who is industrious. You have somebody who is committed. In the world of sin, all these things where they do not sin, my brother, not sin. All these vibes where they talk saying are vibes, not sin. You need a center. You need somebody when you go home. Bro, you never see water with day to soap. You go pour alum.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? You remove the sugar.
This guy just sent a long mail, and I didn't see one single problem in that mail.
I said, see, with this mail, I even appreciate my wife more.
Just made me appreciate my wife. A single problem in the mail.
There's no problem in this thing, my brother. You are overthinking this thing, no? You are overthinking it. You are overthinking it too much. Calm down.
To top it on, saying like the girl.
So what's not the problem, my boy?
Okay. I don't understand this guy problem.
You can break up with her and then mold your own woman. Mold her tastes, her religious tastes,
the one where they go club.
Music tastes. Mold them well. You know.
Now the one where they go clubbing, they find Abby.
Shout out to you, my guy. That's in the. Good luck.
Hey, Aya, you wanted to say something?
I said, now the one where they smoke shisha every day with you. Now you define.
The one where go give you a 2-year-old shisha. Now that one you define.
Now you define. They plenty. I can show you the places if you need it to. If you need a link up, I'm there, available.
Oh boy.
Now the one where they play this kind of music, we get this kind of music for our playlist. I ain't define.
When we celebrate, we dey pop champagne. We dey pop champagne. We dey pop champagne. Pop, 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 pop.
Now waiting you define be this, Abby. If you leave this girl, now waiting God go give you be this. You can't write to us say your babe today go party. But that time me, I no go even answer you again.
Instead of us to read them, we'll just play this song. Alright, increase them. Raise her.
You don't go, they go date girl where they do TikTok dance up and down. No guesses, this guy.
Make you pop champagne.
These loose talk listeners at times, I tire for now. Anyways, guys, hope you guys have enjoyed the episode.
Yep.
Yeah. It's another. I think this is another 4 hours. We are not doing this thing. I'm telling you, the next set of recording for the month of August and September will not go beyond 1 hour 30 minutes. When I don't hear, I'm taking my whole Sunday. Anyways, man, just joking. Thank you so much for listening again.
Now because Premier League never started, now me could try this nonsense.
Actually, you are right.
True.
Because Steve, don't tell me say, boy, see, Arsenal get to 32. You understand? Steve, don't tell me say, I won't watch Liverpool Fulham.
I have to tell you.
So you guys but see, this summer, this break was good. We had the Euros. We had the Olympics.
The Olympics. Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it.
It was good. Totally enjoyed it. We had the Euros. We also had when earlier in the year when AFCON was on, there was also the Asian Cup.
The Asian Cup, yeah.
Yes,
And
yes.
Osagie was the Asian Cup.
I watched everything.
Osagie was all in.
2024 was a good footballing year for me.
It was good football, yeah. Good football, yeah. Good football,
Yeah, good football, yeah. All right, man. We'll leave you guys with this quote as we leave. The quote of the week is, amateurs think in absolutes. Professionals think in probabilities. Have a great week, guys.
Pop, 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 make you pop champagne. I say, oh yeah, baby, when I did pop champagne.